and General Constructions Limited, where quality estates, where dreams are built. Virtual security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design.
Alphabet City, the ABC of Home Sweet Home. Saint Gobain Weber, Gyproc, Proroc, Placo, Isover, making the world a better home.
Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
A nation that honors its heroes is worth dying for. After months of rigorous contests for recognition in the regions and districts, the maiden edition of the Ghana Health Service Excellence Awards 2023, the grand finale comes off at the Grand Arena, Accra International Conference Center.
Join us celebrate and honor our hardworking health professionals. Date November 29, 2023.
Our special guest of honor, Her Excellency Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, First Lady, Republic of Ghana. From 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., there will be an exhibition, free health screening, blood donation, and public lectures. 6 p.m., arrival in style, and at 7 p.m., the main awards event begins. For sponsorship, contact 0244 125 314 or 0543 726 406. Ghana Health Service Excellence Awards, celebrating our heroes, our lifeline.
I see you guys, they enjoy life now.
Right now, we'll be home is cry.
My people won't make me lose.
If they score, we are slow. Go TV Super Plus in T. We go watch all the Premier League matches.
Come on, no, they finish. Official ball! Official ball. I've heard your man to Quanico.
See, dear, go TV. The one is your child. If she has a ya, or for some drama, Papa Magic Soup, Sunny more. Mammy, oh,
drama no the finish. Hey, old man, I've heard your man who says, "Say, be your friend."
Go to the other woman, be the D. You should ball kakra, you do Consacra, you diagro.
I said, I am warning you.
Drama no the finish.
Go TVT!
So give it a dance, let's go, say.
Hello, with everybody for you. I did your shake bellow.
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntax Tank. Step Up with Syntax Tank will see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana Cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntax Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step Up with Syntax Tank, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Eyes, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntax Tank. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
The 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is more than an exhibition. It's the gateway to your dream home. Don't miss this chance to make informed decisions about every aspect of your living space. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. We are bringing everything housing under one roof, just for you. See you there. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design.
Alphabet City, the ABC of home sweet home. Saint Gobain Weber, Gyproc, Proroc, Placo, Isover, making the world a better home.
Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
Enya kwala bi keke krani ebe wunu. Wore bompo. Mede me ba na nakoto. Be ya boade ama denchira ene. Ade bia ya me papa de wo me mu. Ahye.
Mesmo wakoko aman.
Jenkwa oha e mani me mamu ahoden.
It's not no ye bementi. Mfa me nye hwe.
Me say, me jono. Nya ho.
Debe no hu ade efe no do.
Hello, good morning and welcome to our coverage of Budget 2024. And this budget is important for varied reasons, not least because this is the first budget into the IMF program. Ghana is currently actually... This is all the budget for the election 2024. It's also an important budget because this is the last budget. And let's not get it wrong. The finance minister will be presenting the president. And this is going into the last year of President Akufo-Addo.
And thank you very much for joining us.
To let you understand And welcome you very specially to our coverage. This very important coverage of one of the most important budget presentations in the Fourth Republic. This is why. First, this is the budget that's supposed to take us into the election year 2024. This is also the budget that's the very last one of President Akufo-Addo stay in office. Indeed, I'm sure many of you are aware that the finance minister shall be presenting the budget on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana. And more importantly, for the economy of this republic, this is the budget, which is the first after we went into that seminal IMF program. What will change? What will be the impact of it? We'll be exploring all of these and be hearing from the minister. After that, we will be concluding the conversation. But I've been saying, I'm doing this with a man who understands this area more than I do. Winston Amoy is already in the studios with me. We also have a guest who should be giving us better appreciation of the matters here. Ofori-Atta. He is a partner and in charge of financial advisory at Deloitte Ghana. You're welcome very much so. And joining us from his base in the USA is a former finance minister who's presented this budget before. Indeed, he's presented a budget under an IMF program before. We do recall that in 2015, right?
Yeah.
Going into that 2016 year, and that 2016 year was an election year too. That's also the year we are entering the new, what they call election year, and also having an IMF program, because we started in 2015. We'll be getting some insights from him on how important this budget is and what we should be doing differently. Also joining us from the United States of America is Professor William Pepra. He's an associate professor of finance with Andrews University in Michigan. This is supposed to be a very wonderful conversation with you participating in this conversation on our social media handles too. I was trying to put in perspective what you should expect in this conversation. But Winston, I was talking about the seminal nature of this budget reading, mindful of the political environment we are going into and the one we find ourselves in, the socio-economic one and the difficulties that people find themselves in the Republic of Ghana. Then the IMF program we are currently under. Beyond this, how important is today's presentation?
Well, it's important also because we all agree that the economy is not in the best of places. It's not the best shape.
Yeah.
We targeted a growth of 1.5% this year. We targeted inflation of end of year 31%. That in itself will tell you the challenges that we are facing. And so for many businesses, particularly businesses and the Ghanaian citizenry, they want to know what new policies, what new programs are being put in place to ensure that, one, their livelihoods are improved. And we've had this conversation before. You see, because we went into an IMF program that focuses mainly on revenue mobilization, revenue generation, increased revenue generation, a lot of people would want to know the next line of action. Today, the Food and Beverage Association of Ghana has been complaining. Today, AGI has been complaining. Today, GUTA is complaining. So you want to find out, because we know that in the last budget, following the review, we decided to reduce expenditure from 205 billion to 189 billion. You want to find out this time around what it is that we're going to do. Over the period, we've seen consistent increases in our expenditure and also revenue minus COVID. In COVID, we saw an increase in expenditure all the same. So you ask yourself that simple question, what is going to change this time around? For me, what I'm looking out for is the plans that would revitalize the economy. We've talked about this over and over again. I know that we did say post-COVID-19, we talked about coronavirus alleviation and revitalization of the economy. Ghana Cares Obatampa program, enterprise scheme, what has become? We've not seen much 3 years after its presentation. Mm-hmm. And so for the 2024 budget, as we go into an election year, you want to find out how much government intends to spend. You want to find out what policies and programs government intends to implement to turn the economy around. That is very, very important. Okay? You want to see those programs. But even as we talk about programs that will turn the economy around, you want to see how government intends to, one, generate more revenue without burdening the small number of Ghanaians, the quarter of workers who are paying these taxes. Because we do know that in a country where we say that we have about 88 of the economy being within the informal sector, how many of them contribute to income tax? Direct taxes. I'm not interested in the indirect taxes, direct taxes.
I'll come back to you, Winston, and I'm sure throughout this conversation we shall be hearing from the finance minister on how many of these issues you are raised are going to be addressed. That's if he's going to address them. But yeah, I'll also be speaking to you in a second. I need to go to the USA and speak to the former finance minister because he's been here before. In 2015, he had to present a similar budget ahead of the election in 2016. And the pressures that come on you as a minister to make sure that you not only have a budget that's cutting a lot of the expenditure, but in an election year that we have characteristically been spending way beyond our means. What do you expect your successor to do? Which areas are you expecting him to highlight? Mr. Tekpe, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Raymond, and good morning in Ghana and here to the panelists. Let me put on record that our last budget was read in 2015. We did a media review, and the record shows that we ended the year with, on the new basis, a deficit of 6.1, very close to the 5% in the fiscal responsibility, act. Debt was at 57%. In fact, the rate of debt accumulation, was declining because we had set up the sinking fund and paid about 300 million plus, of the first sovereign bond, which the MPP continued to pay down in 2017, 550 million. And therefore, I'm only saying this to these indicators quickly to state that the phenomenon of expenditure budget has never helped. But it is possible, for Ghana not to bust the budget, especially within an IMF context. That's not to say that IMF is dictating anything to us, but it's important for us to see the program, because the program is based on a letter of intent, and it is based on a memorandum of understanding, signed by the Minister for Finance and the governor on behalf of government. So that's my first point. My second point is that, if you read, this is going to be a budget in the context of an IMF program. It's not new. We know that. We've done 17, IMF programs. The last one was the one that overlapped an election year. We were able to reduce, expenditures. So this notion that you can't reduce expenditures in an election year, remember 2015, crude oil prices fell. March 2016, when Parliament revising the budget, and we scaled down the youth schools and other expenditures that had to be done. We know the confusion that arose in the 2017 budget with respect to the record in 2016, but that has since been corrected. Not on the website, not in data. We've mentioned this to the fund, but that is the truth. We did zero financing of the budget in an election year. That was something we had to do, even though we had agreed to do the 5%, but because we wanted to show, because we had done reforms on the expenditure and the rest. Let me also say that for this budget, I think that Ghana is in a situation which probably marks our first or second of the 17 budgets that we have had. We're going back to 1983 to see a situation, like what, we're facing us now. It's deep. We don't have access to the external markets. Our own domestic market is virtually non-existent. The budget is dependent, on T-bills for financing. Therefore, you have deferral of expenditures. We have pipeline, contracts, about 77 billion. This I'm quoting from official sources. 77 billion Ghana cedis, 53 billion have been paid, about 31 billion has been loaded, particularly for the energy sector, as debt, which is part of the domestic debt exchange, and external debt, which is part of what's been, negotiated. The fund itself has said, the government itself has accepted that we are in a debt situation. I think we should have a medium-term perspective. Because if you read the Memorandum of Understanding again and what has been agreed with government, we are expected to increase revenue over 1 million term, 3 year by 2%. Right? That means that much of the burden of bringing back the budget, the economy, is based on our ability to cut expenditure, our ability to complete the external debt exchange as quickly as possible, get confidence back in the economy, because you cannot depend on treasury bills to continue to depend on treasury bills. A 3-month instrument, 3-month instrument, to finance particularly your domestic capital budgets, which are based on the, support, your domestic expenditure in a capital budget. So this, I think, is the context. It is the reality, that is facing us as a nation, and it's important. Now, let me just mention, the line items. Raymond, we have over 15 or so levies. About 12, 11 of them, came in the last 7 years. What more tax increases? And when we hear things like, oh, we're going to be removing taxes on inputs, they shouldn't have been there in the first place. Remember when the street levies were created at the National Health Insurance, levy, and the VAT and the GET fund, these were being collected as though they were taxes. The state levies blocked the ability of businesses to claim input tax credits. So we are only making a correction. It is no innovation at all. It's no new innovation in taxation. The principle of VAT is that it is a consumption tax. It's a tax on consumers. And therefore, if registered businesses, pay taxes on their inputs, it should be elevated through the input tax credit or the refund mechanism. This has been blocked, since 2018 or 2019. So we're only doing a correction, serious correction. We must look to the medium term. And the government has published a medium-term revenue strategy, which is a template from the IMF on expenditures. I think that we all know that expenditures are ballooned. This is the only fund program which we have gone into without substantive, and I mentioned substantive, cutting expenditures, right? Now, therefore, if this year we are being told that the government is going to look critically, at expenditures and trim them, it is belated. Remember, we had $6 billion pumped into the economy for COVID, and there should have been no reason whatsoever not to be able to use them to meet some expenditure needs, social intervention as well as others. But we ended up, with a situation in which we are now. Now, these two take us to the deficit, and it's projected that the reduction in deficit is going to be slow. It's not going to be something going into a rush, right? And therefore, the accumulation of debt, our debt is over 100%.
Yes, Mr. Tekpe, forgive me, I need to go back to Parliament. I understand there's activity on the floor. The Speaker of Parliament has taken his seat. He started speaking. So we need to rush to Parliament to see what's happening there. And hopefully we'll get back to you to hear more from you. Yes, certainly we should be able to complete these thoughts of yours after we hear from Parliament. And of course, I see the visuals. If you see on your screen, and they are taking their prayer now and commencement of that sitting, where the Finance Minister is expected to pretty soon address the people of this republic on Budget 2024. This is where you should stay for the very best and the latest of the conversations on this.
To speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, having received any message from His Excellency the President, and I just want to inform members that after the presentation of the budget statement, we want to have an emergency meeting of the Committee on Standing Orders of the House. There's a need for us to look at it. And then tomorrow, the Committee on Selection will meet. There's a need for us to re-engineer the leadership of some of the committees so that we can handle the budget properly within the few weeks at our disposal. This is just an announcement to members because the notice that is required has not been given. That's why I'm taking this opportunity to inform you. So we move to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 14th November 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3.
So busy activity on the floor. The speaker indicating that, yes, we'll be having the budget today. Beyond that, the speaker also telling us about the arrangement post-budget, which requires some re-engineering of some of the committees to ensure that they deal with the provisions of the budget later on. Of course, there's a debate starting on Monday on the budget, and the various committees have to consider the various sections of the budget. Then appropriation is also given the nod before the year ends, before government can spend going into the new year. And that's the indication the speaker was given. Of course, now they are correcting the very minutes that they've had in times past. But let me come in studio. And you just heard Mr. Tekpe taking us back into history from the time he did the very last presentation and moved on. Talk about the very things that surprises me about our current program. And I did hear him Winston say that this is perhaps the first time we've had an IMF program, and yet when it comes to the issue about expenditure rationalization, we appear not to be doing a lot about it. Now, there is a report of 2022, that is a State of the Ghanaian Economy report, which was recently actually delivered, made a very interesting observation that despite the promised cuts, about 30% in expenditure, we still surpassed the target we had when it comes to expenditure in that particular year's budget. That's 2022. We are in the very last quarter of 2023, which means making sense. We should have the very first 3 quarters available to us. And the indications are that we should be able to understand whether we follow the expenditure patterns there. I was speaking to you, but let me bring Mr. Latte into this conversation. How useful to the ordinary person is whether or not we're able to stay within the expenditure plan? If you're unable to do so, that means you have to find money to plug that hole. How useful is having to live by a strict expenditure plan going forward?
Okay, so thank you very much. As you know, our debt profile has been increasing, and it's part of the reasons why we went to the IMF for support. And our debt profile increased on account of a number of factors. The first one being our issues or challenges in the energy sector. The second one is our rising deficits. So historically, we have a plan that per the Financial Responsibility Act, we are supposed to work within a budget deficit of about 5%.
Okay.
But when COVID struck, we suspended that provision. And so our budget deficit went all the way up to about 12%. We should have been working towards a progressive reduction in the budget deficit, what we call fiscal consolidation. Unfortunately for us, that target, we've missed it consistently. And instead of us working towards a fiscal consolidation, as in reducing the budget deficit, our budget deficit has been increasing year on year. In the revised budget estimate, the mid-year budget, we had proposed to overspend by 50 billion. So the total revenue that we were targeting about 134 billion, and then we are planning to spend about 184 billion. So about 50 billion in excess of what we had proposed. That 50 billion has to be financed by a third party or by some form of borrowing.
Okay.
And that's why we are going through the IMF program, and also we are negotiating with external creditors.
Now, there's an interesting conversation and nobody can leave you out of it. I'll bring Wasting into this. But I want you to prepare to tell us, from your very wonderful industry expertise and competence, are we going to get taxes going up? This is a very tough conversation. John Jinapo in Parliament is already hinting that whether we like it or not, we're getting some taxes increased. Even it's not going to be introduction of new taxes. Earlier today, Haruna Adus also brought in the fact that there's possibility of an introduction of an emissions tax and some other ones that are likely to come in. But Winston, expenditure rationalization is a conversation we have all the time. Yeah. How are we unable to cut our coat according to whichever revenue we have?
Well, Raymond, I mean, you talked about the third quarter. We don't have figures now. The finance minister will present
giving us that,
third quarter figure. But if you look at the first 2 quarters, for instance, so we had budgeted expenditure of 92 billion, but we spent 68 billion.
Yeah.
But that's also because we were expecting to raise about 68 billion of revenue, and we raised 59 billion of revenue. And so the finance minister, when he presented that, talked about how they've been in line. But this is the problem. We know that, look, and part of the reason we've not even spent much in the first quarter was because we had anticipated to pay some 10 billion Ghana cedis as part of our debt payment. I mean, external debt repayment. Interest payment, I beg your pardon, interest payment. Now, we didn't pay that because we know that in December, we said we're going to stop the payment pending the completion of the IMF program. We're still in discussions with them. It's until we complete those discussions, we're not going to go back to pay. Also, when it comes to the payment of even domestic interest, the budget was about 17 billion in the first half of the year, where it paid some 14 billion. Also, we know because of the domestic debt exchange program. So all of that actually gave us some bit of space when it comes to our expenditure. But this is the reason, this is the point. If you have high interest rates, and if you have a lot of external debt, and you have a depreciating Ghana cedi, that's something you must be careful about. Anytime it goes up, it would give you a bit of a problem. We know our compensation also. And we know a lot of our expenditure on goods and services and capital expenditure, which in most of the instances do not even correspond to what we say we're doing. And I'll explain. We know we've talked about the wastages within the system. And so even in 2023, for instance, we indicated we're going to spend 27 billion the whole year. That's our capital expenditure for the year. In 2022, it was 13 billion. And you would ask yourself, as we go through an IMF program, one of the things you would expect is cutting down on expenditure. So why are we looking at increasing capital expenditure? It is important that capital expenditure is increased to be able to stimulate some growth. But you ask yourself...
Because that's for critical infrastructure.
Exactly.
Which is needed for the country to develop anyway.
For the country to develop. But do we need those huge margins, 100% increase in capital expenditure, for instance? I would say, hold on a minute, let's be careful. Hold on a minute. And
would they not depend on what we are using the money for?
Well, it would depend on what you're using the money for also. You and I, we sat on air and in the period of the IMF program, we stopped advocating the construction of new roads because we felt that at this point in time, what we had to do was to turn the economy around. Okay, so we're having to go with a lot of the things we already had. But I need to look at, for instance, the goods and services budget. It's another area that we should look at. When you look at the goods and services budget, and let me just bring that to you. So goods and services, for instance, the whole year we projected some 8 billion. That's something you look out for all the time. We are talking about, we're going to put a halt on the purchase of new vehicles and all of that. What happened to them? We talked about, the coupons that the ministers and all of that get, we're going to slash it. What happened to them? We talked about salaries of political appointees going to be reduced. What happened to all of these? The problem you have is that all these things are made, and that's why I like the ASA report. You make these promises, you don't put figures to them. So put figures to them. Let me check the next time and say, okay, you told me this is how much you're going to save. Did you save them? And so if you look at all of these things, the other big problem is that there's too much wastage in the system and a lot of challenges with our procurement. Too much of the wastage goes into procurement. And so in our current dispensation, since that's the area that is juicy, you need to spend more in order to make more for your pockets.
I've not heard any of you, and maybe I'm bringing Professor William Pepper into the conversation. Prof, my guests in studio have not hinted or strayed into the conversation about whether or not we need to increase revenue by implementing some tax increases. Would you be bold enough to support the indications we've heard from the minority also about possible tax increase? Good morning, you're welcome.
I will not be bold to support that move. Where we find ourselves as a country, it requires us to look at how we are going to cause a behavioral change in the mindset of the citizens to be able to become entrepreneurs and be able to find a way to survive. Let me use the word. Now Ghanaians are only focusing on what they need and not what they want. So what I'm expecting is that this budget should address the need of Ghanaians. And what Ghanaians need now is not any new tax coming in the system, but what Ghanaians need, if government really wants to increase revenue. I'm just going to refer us to, I think Winston was mentioning it, the wastage in the system.
Yeah.
The Auditor General report for 2021 and 2020 alone, if we put the widespread corruption and waste in public sector figure that they came out with, 17.4 billion for 2021, 12.8 billion for 2020, putting the two together gives us 30.2 billion. So if government really wants to raise revenue, we can find a way to raise the revenue by plugging the loopholes that have been identified by the Auditor General. That alone, just looking at this, gives us about 1/3 of our budget for 2023, the revenue that we wanted to generate. So if government is intent to raise additional 12 billion, my best bet is that we must be very, very systematic and strategic in a way to find out the first half of 2024, how are we going to make sure that even if we are going to ask for surcharge, which the laws allow, on this 30.2 billion, do a surcharge and see if we can get some of the money back. If government plans to increase taxes, Ghanaians, we I think we are already seeing it. There is tax evasion and tax avoid. Happening in Ghana. Though the government is trying hard on compliance, but to go on that line of bringing out any new taxes will be a major disaster. And remember, the next year is election year, and probably it will not sit well with the government. If you ask me,
how about consolidation and possible increase in current taxes? Not introducing new ones, consolidate and possible increase.
That is what the IMF document requires government to do. And if you look at it very well, by December, that is also, there's a date set which they must also fulfill. So something on the Tax Exemption Act, government may have to work on it and conclude on it. And I'm expecting the minister to give us a figure that in 2024, we will not be going for doing some or stopping some tax exemptions we have granted to some entities in the country to bring in revenue. Now we may have to ask them to pay. That is a consolidation and probably realigning some of the taxes. I think Seth Tekpe was mentioning some of them. I heard also the tax expert mentioning them. Some realignments, probably how we calculate the VAT, which will help industry to have either input and output taxes. That will help. We may also have to be careful because now I heard that wages are going to be increased by 23% first 6 months and then additional 2%. This gives an indication that government does not intend to employ. And the moment you increase wage bill, we will expect government to have a major cut in some line items. Government may have to prove to us where they are going to get the money to pay. Probably they want to satisfy the labor unions. That is why they are agreeing to such increase. It is good for the worker, but it also comes back to the worker or the citizens, where government must find ways to raise revenue. This budget is very critical. Will the government be bold to reduce expenditure? I am not very sure that knowing what has happened within the last 2 years, government will be very bold to say they are going to reduce expenditure. Maybe they want things to run as they are running now, and then they hope that through compliance, tax compliance, as they are doing, the VAT payments will increase, and that will probably bring in the 1.4. If not, government will be relying on short-term securities, treasury bill to fund the 2024 budget, which will also come back to hurt us because interest rate may go up a little bit, and it's going to affect the entire system. So this budget, I mean, is tight, but for me to share my last bit on the issues, I'm expecting the minister to come out with a budget that will affect the micro levels of the economy, not the macro levels.
And for those who have no proper appreciation of this, can you clearly tell us what the difference really is?
So the micro level, government must change the mindset of people. So if the government agenda is to create employment with all the programs they are running, we have not seen it being implemented. So the 2024 budget should go into implementation. The Youth Start program. What is government going to do to make sure that it's being implemented? Even if you don't have the 10 billion and you have 1 billion or 2 billion cities, what are you going to use it to touch the youth to get employment? If you are going to focus on agriculture, which type or levels of agriculture is the government going to touch? Is it going to be substantial farming or mechanical farming? These things must be clearly stated in the budget so that we can measure the government and they can have an impact on Ghanaians. Ghanaians need to work. If government really focuses on the macro levels, how we are going to address inflation, interest rate, yes, it's good to focus on that one. But what Ghanaians need now is that they want to work. They want to find a need to survive. Ghanaians needs money to survive. That is the most important thing that Ghanaians require now. So that's why I say that this budget must touch the micro levels of economy, changing behavioral mindsets of the Ghanaian to be able to find a way to survive.
I'll come back to you, and please join us in this conversation too. There are social media handles. You should be sharing some of your thoughts. And I know on Facebook, a lot of you also start with your commentary on that end. I should be able to hear your expectations ahead of the minister delivering this 2024 budget. And Professor Pepra just outlined some of the more reasons why this budget should be important to everybody. I was saying that I didn't hear you, and it appears it's only the politicians that have taken the lead in talking about whether or not there will be taxes increased, maintained, or new taxes introduced. Now, our medium-term revenue strategy has some very indications about what's going to happen. In all, Ghana between 2024, next year, and 2027 will be hoping to introduce 113 different administrative reforms and also legislative reforms in the taxation space alone and the revenue structuring space alone. The idea is to meet the same target of 20% tax to GDP, but the very different ones. And I'll come to the direct and indirect taxes and what we are telling people we will do. And as to whether the reality in today's budget reading will reflect what our medium-term revenue strategy is supposed to be. But from where you sit, are we going to have taxes increased or new taxes introduced or current taxes reduced?
Okay, so I'll put the conversation broadly in terms of the concerns that we solicited.
Because you don't want to share what you have heard from the grapevine with us.
Arising from concerns that we got from business leaders in our pre-budget stakeholder engagement. So there are about 4 or 5 key concerns. The first one is increasing the tax burden on businesses and individuals. So we seen instances where the PAYE, that's employment taxes, from 25%, 30%, 35%. Now we've got corporate tax. Our current corporate tax is 25%. It compares well with Algeria and Ivory Coast. But Kenya and Nigeria have got 30% corporate tax. So if the minister is trying to be bold, he will just say that, look, go, your neighbors have got 30%. Why are you 25%? Let's do 30%. So it's likely that we will fall on increasing existing taxes. So the rate on them will increase. So one of them is the corporate tax, which I said is 25%, 30%. We also have reintroduction of taxes that were...
The corporate tax, is it
it's 25%, 25%. Right? And then it's likely to go 30% because our peers, Nigeria and Kenya, are 30%. So it's possible. I'm not saying that.
There was a reason why we kept it at 25%, or even reduced it when they are proposed previously to not actually increase it. That reason was that we needed to stimulate some growth in the economy and do more production. Is it not so?
It is not the case that when you reduce taxes, you exert compliance. And that's something that it's a fundamental principle. So you can reduce your tax rate from 25% to 5%. That does not necessarily mean that the people who were not paying will start paying. Because our tax structure and our system is such that the faithful few, we call them, are the ones paying all the time. So you will still be taxing the same pool at 5% instead of taxing the same pool at 25%. So if you broaden the tax net, then reducing the rates.
Yeah, the other side of that is that the faithful few could also
be tired.
And they could begin to have more liabilities than expected. And so if, say, it was 20 or 15%, there would not be the need to actually engage in a bit of avoidance. But if it is at 30, then you draw their attention to, how about we play along? How about we also make sure that we avoid a few taxes that we can avoid so we don't pay more? You would not disagree with that?
Yeah, so I think the point clearly is that what taxes are we implementing? How are we going about them? So for generally, the principle of taxation is efficiency in collection and efficiency in application. So how many people are paying the taxes? How can we get a lot more people into the tax bracket? Which is why for taxation, there are 3 ways that you implement them. You first enforce existing laws. We've talked about property taxes and all. How many of us have paid our property taxes this year? Next year, you talk about the same thing. So we are not enforcing the existing laws. Yeah. Secondly, you amend existing laws. So we are saying corporate tax 20%, 25%. It may go to 30%. It's an amendment of an existing law. VAT was 12.5%, it went 15%. It's an amendment of existing law. Introduction of new taxes. That's the last part that businesses are not interested in. Because when you do that, you create a lot of uncertainty. Businesses are budgeting for 2024, and they are budgeting with the current rates. Now you are introducing new e-levy, you are introducing corporate tax. There will be a new tax that will be introduced, pollution, sanitation. It creates a lot of uncertainty. So businesses are worried about that.
So in your forum, were the business more amenable to pay increased, say, corporate tax?
They are interested in the first 2, which is first enforce existing taxes.
Okay.
Bring more people into the tax bracket. You can't be taxing the faithful few and keep taxing them. They get tired, like you rightly said.
Yeah.
Secondly, if you want to do anything at all, you amend existing laws. Or the taxes that were abolished on account of maybe e-levy coming, like road tolls and all. You drive through, the road we are using has deteriorated. You want it to improve, yet you are not paying taxes on them. So reintroduction of taxes that have been there, and not introduction of new taxes that really affect our business. And I can give you a very good example. Our corporate tax rate is 25%, but effectively some institutions are paying 35%. Because financial institutions over and above the 25% are paying growth and sustainability. They are paying previously what we call national reconstruction levy. They are paying financial sector recovery levy. If you put the composite of that together, financial institutions are paying about 35% in Ghana. So we have to look at how our tax structures are and reform them. VAT at 15%, and yet we have other levies that you cannot claim. And those increases the cost. So we are doing what we call tax on tax. Businesses are concerned about indirect taxes especially, and they want a revision of the tax and the way we are applying the VAT system. Why? Because when you increase VAT and other indirect taxes, you are also affecting inflation. Today, inflation has dropped from 38% in the previous month to now 35%. That is a remarkable progress. But if you want to see that downward trend, we have to avoid the introduction of indirect taxes, because those taxes will be passed on to the consumer, which will then increase inflation.
Now, I need to bring to your attention these. I mean, in the medium-term revenue strategy, These are the policy reforms that government is seeking to do in the indirect tax area, which you just mentioned. It says here, align excise duty rates such that similar products attract the same rates. The second one is align the exemption and relief provisions in the customs tariff with the VAT Act. Review the VAT registration threshold requirement. Review VAT exemption on the supply of residential properties. Review VAT associated levies on taxable supplies to allow input deductibility of the levies. Review VAT exemptions to make them more efficient and less distortionary. And review the headline rate of communications services tax. Complete harmonization on the rate of excise duty on tobacco products with WHO recommendations and ECOWA protocols. There are 3 more. Review excise tax regime and introduce a hybrid tax, that's into bracket, ad valorem, and also specific taxes on spirits, wines, sugar sweetened products, and beers, adjusting for inflation periodically. Expand the excise tax regimes to cover other products like selected cosmetics, weapons, and ammunition. There's the develop an automatic adjustment formula for the rates of the special petroleum tax, energy sector levies, and excise duties. And the last one on the indirect tax rate is reduce reliance on wage-based taxes and shift focus to consumption-based taxes. This is what government says we have agreed to do between 2024 and 2027. Do these things generally suggest a possible increase in the taxation regime we have now?
So the list that you've mentioned, you can classify them in 2 broad terms. So the first one is the exemption regime.
Yeah.
We have to review our tax exemption regime. So we provided exemption to some industries historically because we were expecting investors to put money there. Yeah. Today, we have found those investors. There is no need for you to continue to keep those exemption regime. The problem we have with our taxes in Ghana is that we introduce taxes with sunset clauses, but the sun never set on those clauses. And COVID. You are still paying for COVID. You have COVID. So those sunset provisions must be enforced. So our exemption regime has to be reviewed, and it has to be reviewed to make them comply with the current operations. So for instance, we're still granting exemptions to industries like the oil and gas, mining, etc. Our mining sector and oil and gas sector has developed, it has matured. There are new sectors. A very good example is renewable energy. You have a client who is trying to do a renewable energy, and then there are import duties on all the panels, solar panels that they are importing and all the things that they need to build a solar plant. And then we ask for exemption. The argument there is that, look, some of the products they were importing, for instance, there was alcohol there. The argument of the revenue authority is that they have other uses. So until you prove to me that when you import that alcohol, it will go straight to the solar plants, I will not give you that exemption. Okay. So that's why we have to review. So that when you review it, it makes it compliant to the industry where the person importing that alcohol, it is tagged in such a way that that person cannot take it to the shop or the blue kiosk, but he will take it straight to the misapply. And so that review is there. And then the other thing is where we have a distortion in application of our taxes. So today you have the VAT you pay and you have other levies. Those other levies you cannot claim. We have what we call input and output VAT. If you pay VAT of 15% on the goods that you have bought, and then you are also charging someone 15%, at the end of the month, you have to do a netting off. The taxes you have paid, the VAT you have paid, is let's say 100 million. You have also charged somebody 80 million. You are supposed to pay, or you are supposed to be refunded 20 million. That's the difference. But the levies that we have, the COVID levy, list all of them. You can't claim them under this regime. So what it means is that if I'm a businessman, those levies are passed on to the consumer.
I see. Now, I want to bring you, Winston. See, this is a government that came in with a promise to cut taxes. Yes. That came in with a promise. And in the first budget, remember, 15 were either removed, rationalized, or some way taken off. In fact, they were called, there's a term they use for it. Nuisance taxes. How come we are at a point where our conversation is tilting towards increase, it be the margins or increasing the taxes or introducing new ones? How come we have come to the position where a government that believes in the golden age of business, strengthening the private sector, appears to be suffocating that private sector with more taxes?
It's very simple. So, I mean, the government came into office thinking about the fact that, and Yaris talked about that already, okay, if we do this, it's going to lead to an increase in tax. Well, there may be some truth in there, but you'd have to also ensure compliance. It's one of the areas we failed in. And so merely saying we want to move from taxation to production will come with taxation, that's a fact. Because once you produce, you have to be paid. You're earning it. But the problem is that in a country where 88% of the economy is informal, you ask yourself, how is government ensuring compliance? So because we're unable to ensure compliance, because a lot of people were not paying their income taxes, now we looked at the indirect tax and said, that's the way to go. Because if we can't get people, so if you have your payee, you pay at the end of every month. At the end of the month, Deloitte would look at all their earnings and, every quarter they go and make payment. CIT, they go and make their payment. Others will do same, we'll do same here too. But are others doing same? No, they're not doing same. And so if others are not doing same, how is the government expected to raise necessary revenue? Government will then begin to look out for indirect taxes. In that case, all of us, once you're purchasing, you're paying. And that's why you've seen VAT go up. And that's why you've seen, Get Fund and NHI becoming straight levies. And that also in itself adds a bit of, margins to what you're paying. And so we tell you, it's 2.5, and then 15%. But if you were to do the computation, you're looking at about 21.3%. So any government that focuses so much, Raymond, on indirect taxes is telling you that they have a challenge ensuring compliance in the payment of direct taxes. And that's our reality. And that's where we are. And it's the reason today, I've been doing some checks. I'm told that going into the budget, we're likely to see, I say likely because some things can change as I talk to you right now, once the finance minister, but we're likely to see some new taxes. Already, I'm sure you may have been hearing about the emission taxes or whatever. I don't know how they're going to put it. I don't know, the whole thing that would be behind that. But I hear there's going to be something like that. I've had, the member of parliament, some even from the majority side, beginning to make a reference to it, as the minority also makes reference to it. The tax stamps that we've been talking about, I hear the conversations about increasing it. I don't know what that's going to be the situation, but that's what I've heard. But what I do know...
But hold on, though. The medium-term revenue strategy, we mentioned tax stamp, says here we review the Stamp Duty Act to bring it in line with current economic trends. It also mentions that we enhance taxation of income from rents, we would improve the management and administration of withholding taxes, and include the Commissioner General's authorized VAT invoice as evidence of a deductible expense for income tax purposes. They also said they are going to review the concessionary corporate income tax rates and implement a progressive personal income system on taxable supplies to allow inputs deductible on the levies we are talking about. There's another one. We also say we are going to deal with the redesign of the electronic transfer levy. This is an e-levy anyway. And for enhanced revenue mobilization and administrative efficiency.
And you've seen, so you can actually relate that with the conversation that is actually going on. And so when I talk about the tax, that's something that may happen. You've seen, the withholding tax, you've seen it on, betting and gaming, sector, for instance. They've introduced a 10% on the withdrawals. And so that's also in line. It was actually something that the finance minister talked about, even in the 2023 mid-year budget review. But look, this is it.
Anyway, you mentioned gaming. I just need to add in that government medium-term revenue should implement the taxation on gross gaming revenue on industry players and the withholding tax on winnings. So those who are hopeful that after a lot of what they complain, that it will finally be scrapped, or it doesn't appear to be the case, because our long-term plan is to keep it.
Yeah, so there's been a challenge with actually the stakes and everything. And that's why they've gone for the withdrawal. So they say once you withdraw, because there's been a lot of issues with the winnings and everything. So they say once you're trying to withdraw, then you take the 10% withholding, permanent. This is not something that you can claim. It's permanent. And so that's the situation in there. But Raymond, this is the point. See, this is the point. Professor Pepra makes the point that Ghanaians are now talking about what they need and not what they want. And so when the people begin to talk about what they need and not what they want, it means that they don't want, it means that they just need the basic things. Because they understand the times that they find themselves in. And if you understand the times that you find yourself in, and that's why we've always made the point that I disagree that that our IMF program was based on revenue mobilization. I would have also expected a corresponding expenditure rationalization in this case, cuts. Because if we go on that tangent, look, if we want to engage in revenue mobilization, unfortunately for us, compliance and enforcement is something we never do in this country. So we always look for increased taxes or introduce new taxes. That's what we always do.
Are they not easier to implement?
Yeah, but you must do the right thing. You see, that's why you're voted into office. That's why you have a team to manage the economy. I am saying that it is not my responsibility to collect taxes. And I've made this point before. If government gave money to over 100,000 businesses under COVID-19 cap bars, how many of them have paid income tax after the end of the moratorium period, 2022 to 2023? How many of them?
Okay, I need to bring in Prof. Prepare to this conversation. Prof, the conversation should head in one direction, and I want you to lead in this direction for me. To the market woman today, to the unemployed youth today, to the business person who's been complaining about high taxes and why they are actually driving them out of and they getting to sack people from their jobs. Should they expect relief from this budget, or is it close to impossible to expect relief from this budget by way of the inflation that we see, the high cost of goods that we are having on in fact, in the last few years or so, basically the goods that we have seen, they are really be going up when it comes to prices. Should we expect relief for Ghanaian people, for businesses, and for the general economy from this budget reading?
So I'm going to give one example, but probably two. The first one is the COVID-19 levy. If you remember what the finance minister said when this levy was being introduced, it was to help pay for the free water and electricity that Ghanaians used. And I remember correctly, he said it brought a hole and then it needed to be filled. So that tax was a temporary tax. So, and I have seen a document, the finance minister, they have one of the IMF documents stating that they use about $1 billion. They use some of the money to pay for the water and free water that they granted to Ghanaians and food. So I think that if the market woman or any citizen in Ghana will be happy to hear today that the COVID-19 levy, which came in as a measure to solve a problem, has been taken out, and it's going to reduce, which is captured in the how we pay, become like part of the VAT returns. It's going to bring a reduction in prices, and the market to whoever is in the market will benefit from it. The second one probably that needs to be reviewed is the electronic levy, the e-levy. It may even help the government to score a political point because it really came at a time that we all saw that the debate was very, very, very high. So these two, in my opinion, may point to a direction that, the government is trying to do something about the taxes.
If I could press you further on the e-levy specifically, we have reviewed the rates from 1.5 to 1%. Which other form of review will be reasonable and will be optimal at this instance?
So in my view, if the government changes the process that instead of the sender making the payment, the telcos will have to make the payment. So that 1% should come from the revenue that the telcos are generating. So it becomes free to the one who is sending the money. So in that case, that is what I'm saying, that people will be very happy that you move it from the one sending the money back to the operator of the electronic levy. Let it be part of the cost build up or a tax charge to the telco, but not to the one sending the money. And in that case, I mean, you remember, MTN even showed some good faith when government announced it, that they even, well, I think they came out with a plan, and later I know how it happened. So if government can say the telcos you have to pay, and then it's going to score a political point, because this particular tax is really it has affected the entire strategy and system.
Okay.
And one political point, I'm speaking as just looking at it, is going to affirm, I mean, the elected presidential candidate, the vice president strategy, that he doesn't support taxation on electronic levy. So this is an opportunity for the government to review it and change it and come out with another strategy. If I were to be the finance minister and looking at the situation, these two will be something that I will take them out in the system. In terms of the COVID levy, the minister may have the option to probably change the name or find a way to readjust it onto something else, but just remove the name COVID levy as well. I mean, it's caused a political point.
I get your point. Maybe I'll come in studio because he drew down to, because the question I was asking is, should I expect relief? Is it reasonable for me to expect that this budget is going to solve the bread and butter issues? Is it reasonable for me to expect prices driving down big time? You know, there was some time ago that even petroleum prices were part of the budget somehow. But should we expect specific programs, policies, be it monetary or fiscal, that are directed at making sure that Ghanaians can do business, make profits so that government can actually tax it? That ordinary things like food and also are seen within very reasonable bounds that people can buy. That kenke, which used to be 1 cedi a couple of years ago, would come down to 1 or 2 cedi and no longer remain at 5 cedi, which is why we buy it in Dome, for example. So are these very small things that affect everybody a reasonable expectation from the budget? Where's the first?
Look, Raymond, I do not think that's something you would get in the budget. Ordinarily, you should expect to see that. But this is the point. We did planting for food and jobs.
Yeah.
Planting for food and jobs was actually to deal with a high cost of food. At a point, we were priding ourselves as having exported maize to our neighboring countries. That's a staple in this country. Now, watch this critically. If we had implemented the planting for food and jobs properly, would have gone about it this way, would have identified few farmers, giving them assistance. They cultivate huge lands, tracts of land, and are able to feed the country. What we did was to target a lot of farmers. And one of the things we do because of the politics, so we look at, 200,000 people have benefited from this. This is the other point. Because we're looking at a lot of indirect taxation, and because we're looking at businesses having to pass on, now that person who sells food, her only source of revenue is
people before power. We're about the people, not the powerful. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
In the 80s, we used to have a mosque at Accra, the Rollins Park, which it was demolished.
So if that person has to spend all of that, what she's going to do is that she's actually going to reduce, the size of the meat to actually take care of the soup, or she's going to increase the cost of the meat to take care of the soup, because that's the only way that she is also going to make a living. And so if we want to really make things work, and I've said this before and I'd repeat it, look, all the taxes we've collected on imported items into this country, how much of those taxes have been directed specifically to import substitution on the very things that we are taxing them?
That's interesting.
Yes. Let's ask ourselves this question. Because we say that, the long-term plan is to be able to produce these things.
Be self-sufficient to say rice production.
In rice production. The import duties on rice, how much of it goes into the support of Ghanaian farmers to be able to produce rice?
So that we can replace them.
So that we can replace them. And then we can tax those people later on. Somebody should bring me the figures. How much of it? We put it in a pool, spend, come around and tell us that, we collected these import duties. But I know the ministry may have it. They may have it because then they can identify, this amount we collected. How much of it has gone into supporting this? So this is the point. So long as we continue to actually increase indirect taxes, people will find ways because they are also paying. And that is just to make the point that Professor Prepra makes. If you ask the telcos to pay the levy, they will pass it on to the people. They will never absorb it. They will pass it on. So the service charge that is now 0.75% will be increased by 1%. They will increase by 1%, take it to 1.75%. So if we're talking about the bread and butter issues, we must have targeted plans. And that's why I agree with Professor when he talks about the micro, your individual economy.
Yeah.
If we're able to improve it, but it also stems from the macro anyway, okay? If we're able to improve that, and so if, for instance, today, and one of the things I've talked about, which I agree with him, if we do not check those things, okay, if we don't check a lot of the indirect taxes, it would go into increasing the rate of inflation. Why? Because if I pay more, I will pass it on to whatever I sell. It's as simple as that. If I am struggling, if you walk up to me and I'm an MC, both of us something we do. Let me use that as an example. If you walk up to me today, if I'm going to charge you, I would look at my conditions also and say, if I can get this amount of money, why wouldn't I get it? And that's the way to go. If we don't deal with that, the cycle will continue. We will turn around and say, because we want to arrest inflation, we would increase policy rate. It makes it very difficult for people to produce. And once it makes it very difficult for them to produce, even if they go and borrow, so if the cost of money is very high, what they will do is that they will transfer it. Businesses are not Father Christmas. They will transfer. There are some times that they may want to, look at their profit margins and reduce it a little bit. But over the long period.
But there's even a limit to what you can transfer to me.
Exactly.
If I can't buy your product again, what will be the point?
But this is the point. If they are not able to transfer everything to you, they might as well think about laying off workers. So they'll begin to cut their cost. And if they cut their cost, they're also going to increase the unemployment rate. And as a government, you don't want that because it will also affect even your own revenue generation. Look.
And your political popularity.
Look, we have a lot on our hands. But until we begin to do targeted things, I want us to start the conversation. If we're taxing rice, how much of it goes into supporting rice farmers so that we can be self-sufficient in rice? If we're taxing, sugar, how much of it goes into local sugar production? None. Let's have that conversation and begin to be serious about import substitution and not paying lip service.
There is, in his book, John Beatty makes the point that for every country, two things are very key: inflation and exchange rates.
Yeah.
And he says, because these things affect not only business, but ordinary people in ways that actually they care about. So they may not care about your major issues in the country, on how you're running the country, but the price of food and other materials they use in their homes, the prices of accessing transportation are very important to them. Is it unrealistic for the ordinary Ghanaian to hope that a budget being read today for 2024 would address these sharp rises that have been happening on the front of food and other materials that people use at home? Is it unrealistic?
Yeah, so I think we have to think through it in a very simple way. I recall in the days of the term of John Kufuor, there was a lot of emphasis about macroeconomic indicators. Yes. Then Osafo will come and talk about the inflation going down. And I heard one of the statements that was being made by the opposition at the time was inflation yebedi, exchange rate yeberi. And it's a similar thing or similar sentiment we hear from the people on the streets. What they forget is that how much you are paying for your gobe, how much you are paying for any of the products you buy, is a function of the depreciation of local currency. Because inputs by farmers, fertilizers are imported.
Okay.
And before
not the beans itself.
That's the thing.
Okay.
So the cost, inflation figure that was published yesterday, you'll be surprised that Greater Accra region has the lowest non-food inflation. Greater Accra is also at the medium in terms of food inflation, but the highest inflation were recorded in northern Ghana. Bronga half northeast. Bronga half, these are places where they are growing the food. How come they have the highest form of food inflation? It's because the cost of input is increasing, and the cost of input is a function of your inflation or your depreciation of the local currency. So as the local currency depreciates, cost of fertilizers go up, cost of machinery. Do you produce machetes here? Do you produce tractors here in Ghana? The cost of all these inputs are increasing, so the food inflation will go up. So the ordinary person should not see
that a higher cedi, a higher dollar rate affects the gobe that we are eating.
Ordinarily, because the food that's on your table is a function of partly imported product and domestic. And the things you are producing here is produced with inputs that are imported. So essentially, about 80% of what you have on your table that you are eating is related to things that have been imported.
So is it reasonable for me to say, I don't care about which economics you do, Mr. Minister, I want to pay less for gobe? Is it reasonable for me to say that?
That's a very good question you've asked. So when you go through IMF programs, they always make room for what we call social protection programs. So there will be emphasis on things like livelihood empowerment programs. There will be emphasis on programs that support, let's say, Development Bank of Ghana, where access to credit will be made available to farmers, institutions, smallholder farmers, associations, trade groups. These are programs that are available not only to the IMF program, but even international donor agencies and foundations like the MasterCard Foundation. They have programs that are supposed to support those who are marginalized in society and all. So I expect government to take advantage of some of these provisions where they introduce specific social protection policies. When you introduce National Health Insurance Scheme, it was one of the best schemes ever to be introduced. And we took advantage of those who were working to use their social security contribution to take care of the poor who cannot pay for the health. It's the same thing if you introduce such initiatives, such innovative measures.
It's interesting you said when we introduced. It is to presume, or there's an inherent presumption that the status of that policy has changed one way or the other.
But, I mean, the problem with the scheme is the funding.
Okay.
And that's been an age-old problem. If we have structured the funding right, it would have been such a sustainable program, like you're saying. So the same thing...
The other point you are making, you have moved to not just NHIS, you have moved to other policies.
Other social protection. So social protection programs are programs that are aimed at the poor and marginalized. So not all of us will be affected directly by the introduction of taxes.
Okay.
The man sitting in a village who just wakes up one morning and he eats gari and he sleeps, thinking about the next gari to eat, it's not affected by taxation. So such people are affected by the social protection programs that we introduce. And we should be very innovative in introducing such protection programs. And those protection programs will get funded from external sources. When we introduced school feeding, it was funded by Danida, that's the Danish agency. Yeah. So if we introduce such programs, some of the programs we introduce, we end up politicizing them as opposed to allowing them to run independently and then get independent funding. If we don't structure things like free SHS rights, school feeding rights, they become unsustainable. So all the social protection programs that we are introducing in this budget, we should have a funding structure to make them sustainable beyond the government, the current government. So successive governments will come and they will still keep those social protection programs.
I may not be needing a social protection program. I may not be within the bracket that's required for safety net programs, but I am worried about why I'm paying so much for my drugs. And compared to a couple of years ago, from just around 100 cedi to 400 cedi now, do I also have a reasonable expectation that this budget will put in place structures and measures that will make it easier for, if I'm not reverting to the a little over 100 cedi, somewhere in between that should be reasonable for me? Is that also a good expectation?
Yeah, so I think it's an expectation that will not be met in the short term, I would say. It's in the long or short to medium to longer term.
When you say short term, what do you mean? As in, I should not expect it next month or the next as in the first few months of the year.
It won't happen almost immediately, as if in the era of when we had budget rate and the price of milk, sardines, and I mentioned as part of the budget. No,
should I expect it next year?
You should expect in the course of the year when you see a progressive improvement in the local currencies rates.
This is despite that economic principle that there is rigid downward movement of prices. I should still expect that if I was paying 120 or so for that drug, now that is over 400 cedi, with prudent measures being put in place, possibly being announced in this budget, I should be paying less than what I'm paying now. Is it? That's what I'm talking about.
To be fair, let's face some of the things. So let's say a basket of tomatoes, some few months ago, let's say 250. It's not the same today. So you have instances where the 250 basket of tomato is now selling for 150.
Yeah.
So that happens. So it means that when certain factors are put in place, certain policies are put in place, let's say those who are importing pharmaceutical products, if you give them tax exemption, which is why I'm saying that the tax exemption regime should be reviewed. Who are we giving the exemption to? Are they helping to protect people who are marginalized? Those who are diabetes, those who are suffering from kidney disease and all. The product that we are importing to take care of them, if we take off the taxes from them, kidney or dialysis treatment will be cheaper.
Okay, so that direct impacts of this sort. And
excellent.
I mean, West, I'm asking this because sometimes our conversations are wonderful and interesting, but people sit home and ask themselves that if I'm still going to be paying more come January to December next year, what really is the essence of all of the macro and policies you put in place?
Because your personal inflation is always different.
Okay.
Okay.
Your basket is different from yes.
Your personal inflation is different. And the way you're going to calculate your inflation may be different from how it's always different from how the state calculates inflation. The state's calculation of inflation is totally different. And that's why, something that has gone up so much has only a weight of 0.2. 0.2, sometimes 0.01. It means that in the scheme of things, its computation, the value that it has is very little, very minimum. So it doesn't really make a lot of impact. Okay, and we know, for instance, that sometimes the prices of goods and services have gone up way higher than the rate of inflation. But that's national statistics, national figures. That's why it's an average. But this is the point, Raymond. When your currency depreciates, and you're a country that relies so much on imports, that's the problem you would face. The pharmaceutical companies import a lot of their raw materials into this country. If they have to buy them in dollars, bring them into this country, pay taxes on them, they would have no choice but to get you to pay for them. Okay? Somebody just sent me a message and said, I want to expand my hospital.
Okay.
I have imported machines into the country. They're not manufactured in Ghana. If I have to pay taxes on them, now watch this, that person pays taxes on them. When he comes to fix them, what is going to happen? He has to now, and Yawenko would help him, get the cost of it, spread it over the years, and tell himself how much he must raise every year to take care of the cost of the machine. That person clearly is going to charge you more when you go because he's had to pay more for it. And this is the other part. I mean, you talk about the rigidity of reduction of things. This is the other point. There are times that I can actually look at it and say, look, I cannot pass everything on to you. So I would absorb part of it as my losses, hoping that if it goes down, I won't reduce it immediately. And you saw it when it happened. When the cedi started appreciating and there were calls on Guta, they said, hold on. Because when the things went up, we did not pass all of it to you.
Yeah.
So now that it is beginning to go down, we must also try and make a bit of profit. In the midst of all of these things, I think that after the budget going forward, one day we should look at particularly pricing in the informal sector.
Okay.
It's something I've been looking into, and that's something we should do because it has a lot of issues there.
And the fact is that, Prof, because of the urgency and the relevance of this taxation regime, not long ago, the Food and Beverage Association put out a list, and I'll go through some of the food products, of tax-inclusive and tax-exclusive prices of sample products. Evaporated milk, without tax, is supposed, that's for a tin, supposed to be 8 cedi 50 pesos. With taxes, it goes up to 15.5 cedis. Spaghetti, 1.9 cedi without taxes. With taxes, we are looking at 4 cedi. When it comes to juice, 38 cedi without taxes. But when we add the taxes to it, it's 70 cedi. That's a box of juice. Tin tomatoes, 7 cedi when there's no tax on it. But when we add these taxes to it, we are talking about 13 cedis. Cement, a bag, 58 cedi without the taxes. But when the taxes are added to it, we are talking about 90 cedis. Then we move on to beer per bottle, 5 cedi without the taxes. It's 11 cedi when you actually add the taxes to it, and that's more than 100% anyway. Perfumed rice, 50 kg. It's supposed to be 410 cedi when there's no tax on it. But when we add all the taxes, we're talking about 770 cedi. Non-perfumed rice, 300 cedi when there's no tax on it for 50 kg. Then it moves up to 650 cedi, and that's more than 100% when you actually add the taxes to it. 50 for a bag of 50 kg. That's sugar, right? 490 cedi when there's no tax on it. It moves up to 930 cedi with the taxes on it. Chicken, the imported one, per kilogram. 23 cedi when there's no tax on an imported chicken. When you then add the taxes, we're talking about 40 cedi. Then the local one, of course, I mean, it's also there. The cooking oil, a box, 170 cedi without taxes. It moves up to 375 cedi when you add the taxes to it. Even what you use in cooking the food, for example, a used gas cooker is 900 cedi when we import it into the country without the taxes. But when you add the taxes, we are looking at 1,700 cedi. Sardine box, 220 cedi. Then when you add the taxes, it's 460 cedi, more than 100% too. When we move out to the food, most of you have cars in the Republic of Ghana, and it's because we have a very terrible transportation system. Car battery, wasted. 600 cedis should be the cost when there's no tax on the car battery. When you add the taxes, we are talking about 1,200 cedi.
100%.
100%. Yeah. Prof, are these taxes justified, reasonable taxes and levies, mindful of the jump in some of the products that are so essential in the lives that we live today?
I would say that the growth or the rate of growth in the taxes over the years, especially after COVID, has been so astronomical. And I understand, remember what the minister said during that time, that they needed to increase revenue. He made that argument, as he was mentioning, that if you compare Ghana to our peers, our tax to GDP was around 13%, and they needed to find a way to bring it up. So straight away increase the various taxes. So in my view, the government just looked out for an easy way to apply these higher tax rates on the imported items, or whether all these items, to be able to raise revenue. And in effect, it is the main reason why we saw inflation going up. Not only the exchange rate, though the exchange rate was a major factor, but the taxes also brought in a higher increase in the inflation rate. And as everyone who is a trader will also find a way to add their margins onto it. So tax rates in Ghana, fairly, they are high. The only issue that we have been discussing is how do we expand the tax, the net, to bring in more people to pay. And only the few who are paying, and because government will find it very easy to use import tax or other indirect taxes to raise revenue. That's why government is going on that approach. But if government should expand the tax nets and get all of us, especially, let me also speak to Ghanaians, we all try to pay taxes, even in a small way, it's going to really help the economy. I give an example. I have some artisans working on my project in Ghana, and sometimes the amount of money they charge for labor, I ask myself, are these guys going to pay taxes? I am not sure, because we don't have a mechanism to get these guys to pay. But can we find a proper way or ask them, these artisans, we register them and ask them to pay something small to government? And in a way to bring them in. That is the only way we'll find a way to reduce the tax burden. Probably government also being too lazy, let me put it in that way. So they think that this is the way to go. Let's increase the existing taxes. If it gets to a point, people cannot pay, and we will see the smuggling issue coming up again, as it was in the 80s and early 90s, where goods were smuggled in from other countries into Ghana. When you have your tax rate on products too expensive, make your products too expensive, it encourages smuggle. So it's something that probably we may have to also watch. We need to find a way to, in economics, they call it the levying curve. The taxes should be set in a way that it encourages people to pay, but not to put people away from paying their taxes. Let me address one issue. I heard someone in the parliament mentioning that there is a hint of pollution tax.
Emissions tax. That's really what they target. Yeah.
So the question is that tax coming to solve a problem? Who is going to pay? Are they going to charge it to the manufacturing sector already that is crippling in Ghana, or the extractive industry? And the question is, how are companies going to measure the emission rates or causing in Ghana? So we talk about
fundamentally, Doc, fundamentally, as a country that's committed to the very policy resolutions that we all went to sign at the last conference of parties, the climate change conference, are we not bound to reduce emissions in the country? And it's one way of reducing the emissions, not asking the people who are generating these carbon prints to be the ones directly paying for them so that they will reduce it, or so that we take the money and invest in areas like adaptation and mitigation, which will help us progress as a state. It's not right.
So, my understanding is that we got some money from outside.
Yeah.
Because we are positive in terms of the net of Ghana was green.
Yeah.
And was helping the system.
Yes, our carbon print from our national communication suggests we are on the right path, but strengthening that.
So who is the government going to tax?
As in, who should be paying the emission taxes? It's not the people who do the emissions.
Well, Remo, let me just say that, if announced, I'm sure the minister would go back to Parliament with how he intends to collect.
That's true.
And who's going to pay.
But we are talking about the general rationale for
general rationale, yes.
Weston, let me see. It's the same way we did with the COVID tax. There is a problem, then we came out with a tax for the problem. You want to encourage people to move their manufacturing into your country, and you'll be the first country in West Africa to come out with this tax. You are going to get all your big manufacturing companies moving away from Ghana. I tell you, in my life in Ghana, around 2007 thereabout, there was a company close by me. I was in manufacturing sector. There was a company just close by me behind Tor, the oil refinery. There was a policy about fishery, and they closed down and moved to Ivory Coast.
Oh, I see.
So we have to be careful if we are going to tackle the mining sector, because let me put it, the extractive industry, because they come out with some carbons in the system. You have to be careful, because they are going to, as I've mentioned, this budget should come out with a behavioral change. That kind of behavioral change should be positive. It should not be negative.
But it's a polluter pay policy, not a progressive one.
Let me tell you, if you ask me, if I were the finance minister, I will come out with Galamsey tax. and not emission tax.
But I'm saying it's illegal, right?
They say they have made it illegal for some people.
Small
so
scale
those who are doing
mining,
it
rather,
legally,
it's legal.
the small scale mining.
Yes, Galamsey is the opposite of it. Yeah.
The small scale mining guys, they should be paying more taxes.
Okay.
Because they are rather destroying the environment.
No, I get your point.
Ourselves, we are able to work with the new malts, the big guys, but the small ones, we are not. And they hide behind politics, political entities, party affiliations, and they destroy and they go.
It's 27 minutes past midday. The expectation is that the finance minister would have been in parliament delivering the state of the Ghanaian, the budget 2024, of course, state of the economy, will be the first part of that particular budget, apart from giving us the international outlook. We understand parliament has been suspended for a couple of minutes. The finance minister, we understand, is not yet in parliament. The parliament is taking a break, rather, for a couple of minutes. That's about 10 minutes or so. We should be going to Parliament to hear what's the hold-up for. That's if the expectation that he would have done it earlier was a realistic one. And give you updates on what's really happening on the floor of Parliament as the MPs dialogue on the way forward as to how they are going to be hearing and what exactly is going to be the content of Budget 2024. But we shall stay with you here as we prepare to hear perhaps one of the most important budgets in the Republic of Ghana. Winston is with me in studio. You just said Professor Andrews, of course, Professor William Pepra there. Early on, you heard the former finance minister giving us his thought on what's supposed to be expected in this budget, sector specifically. And Jaulate is a partner with financial advisory competence at Deloitte Ghana. And we'll be having a conversation about what you should expect in the budget, what it means for you, and what's likely to be like going into the new year, especially when we are just getting into the mainstream of our IMF program. Second review, and we're expecting some other amount of money from the IMF too. When it shall come is also another matter that we shall be delving into in the nearest future in our conversation. So after the break, we'll continue with our conversation here in the studio.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency.
Mom, so can you
supplement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Someone guys have here with me. No more Kosa Chinese food. Yeah, I see you guys. They enjoy life now.
Right now, we'll be home is cry. My people won't make me lose. If they score, we are slow. Go TV Super Plus in T. We go watch all the Premier League matches.
Come on, no, they finish. Official ball! Bishapa, I've heard your man to Quanico.
See, dear, go TV. Topanu sweat chow. If she has a ya, or concerning drama, Papa Magic Soup. Sunny, more. Oh, die.
Drama, no, they finish. Hey, old man, I've heard your man who says, "Say, be your friend."
Go TV other woman, be the D. You should ball kakra, you do kakra, na ya diagro
I said I am warning you.
Drama no they finish.
Go TVT.
Prepare for an exhilarating experience at the main fair of the 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. Doors will be open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day to welcome you. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. Whether you're embarking on your home ownership journey or looking for upgrades, this fair is your destination for all things housing. Encounter a comprehensive assembly of stakeholders from Ghana's housing and construction sectors. Engage the experts across the spectrum of home creation and enhancement. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project. Where dreams are built, virtual security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design.
Alphabet City, the ABC of Home Sweet Home. Saint Gobain Weber, Gyproc, Proroc, Placo, Isover. Making the world a better home.
Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana in 2016 pledged to ensure free senior high school education for every Ghanaian child. Under the leadership of the President and the Sector Minister, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Eruchum, the first-year enrollment has risen from 308,000 in 2016 to over 500,000 students being enrolled each year under the policy, making over 1.6 million children enrolled under the policy as of 2022. The Transformation Agenda series on education exposes you to the varied and various achievements of government in the area of education, delving into the policies, interventions, and infrastructure development that has occurred under the leadership of the President. Be my guest this and every Tuesday as we bring you documentaries from across the 16 regions of Ghana on JoyNews between 6:30 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. Transformation Agenda series on education, reimagining education for national development.
Let's go, sir. Hello, with everybody for you. Shake bellow.
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntax Tank. Step Up with Syntax Tank will see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana Cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntax Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step Up with Syntax Tank, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Eyes, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntax Tank. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
The 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is more than an
fashion item.
How come say we all day my time inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Man just they think how fast he go fetch up something today. Forget about him, people make them find them our own way. Forgetting say the same people put on for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get heart, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. hard, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we out there inside the boat where we they sink. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boats where we they sink. I say, myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they sink. Oh. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside the boats where we the sink.
In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. China was badly affected, and things were slow as many expats had left the country. Kwamna, in 2021, then decided to relocate to Ghana to push his business. While in Ghana, and with the recipe now figured out, Kwamna thought it was a good time to introduce the baby cereal.
I realized mothers were looking for something healthy, but then they had no option than to just pick what was on the market. So I realized if we could bring something that is healthy, the parents were going to accept. So initially we just gave sample to people to try, and they were like, how are we going to get this to buy? Where are we going to get it to buy? Then we just made them aware that it's something that is in the pipeline.
Whereas most baby foods on the market are chemically processed, Sanaba baby cereal is mechanically processed with natural ingredients. From Home Food Processing and Packaging Enterprise on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van is powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN. What are we doing today?
The 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is more than an exhibition. It's the gateway to your dream home. Don't miss this chance to make informed decisions about every aspect of your living space. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. We are bringing everything housing under one roof, just for you. See you there. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design.
Alphabet City, the ABC of Home Sweet Home. Saint Gobain Weber, Gyproc, Proroc, Placo, Isover. Making the world a better home.
Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
This week on the Career Trail.
It was an fashion night.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week and this camp seems to grow every day.
The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government.
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: Keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as Keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here, and it's still, it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Agbechi Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
On behalf of the Governing Council of the Star Ghana Foundation, I'm delighted to invite you to come and celebrate with us 5 years of promoting active citizenship and local philanthropy. When we set out in November 2018, our intention was to establish an organization for Ghanaians, by Ghanaians, to build the involvement of the citizenry in our development processes. We've learned a lot of lessons on the way from 2018, when we didn't have the resources to fund the enormous dream that we had. Looking for it, building partnerships, and also learning new ways of engaging, especially with the COVID experience, where we didn't have access to people and to premises to organize around. We are happy to say that over the 5 years, we've been able to do new things in new ways. We have been able to help to roll out such meaningful projects as Shift the Power, and also to engage on various issues, including women's education, women's engagement in development, and also national security and youth participation, especially in urban governance. We have worked with various entities, our partners, CSO partners, such as the West African Civil Society Institute and other parties. We have worked with people we didn't work before with, like traditional authorities, queen mothers, various artisans associations, and smaller entities all over the country. We are delighted by what we have learned. We are excited by it because we are also promoting a culture of Ghanaians mobilizing to get resources to put their money where their mouths are. We are very optimistic that if Ghanaians recognize and understand their right to demand accountability, a lot more will go into governance. A more balanced approach to governance will be realized. So come along with us. Over the next 3 months, there'll be a number of activities, exciting things to do, reflections, and spaces for strategizing for the way forward. Come along with us, and thank you so much for your attention.
In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit. China was badly affected, and things were slow as many expats had left the country. Kwamna, in 2021, then decided to relocate to Ghana to push his business. While in Ghana, and with the recipe now figured out, Kwamna thought it was a good time to introduce the baby cereal.
I realized mothers were looking for something healthy, but then they had no option than to just pick what was on the market. So I realized if we could bring something that is healthy, the parents were going to accept. So initially we just gave sample to people to try, and they were like, how are we going to get this to buy? Where are we going to get it to buy? Then we just made them aware that it's something that is in the pipeline.
Whereas most baby foods on the market are chemically processed, Sanaba baby cereal is mechanically processed with natural ingredients. From Home Food Processing and Packaging Enterprise on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. The Joy Business Van is powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and MTN. What are we doing today?
News is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is Joy News. Independent, credible, and fearless.
I must say that since then, the building had not had any renovation of that sort. And so as of 2015, it got deteriorating. So part of the roof started falling down. And so we decided to work on. And so by God's grace, this is what we've been able to do.
The exhibition is titled Unity in Diversity. And as diverse as we are, we have several ethnic groups with different cultural practices and ways of living. The museum seeks to promote who we are, bring us together as one, so that when someone comes in, the person will first understand who we are as Ghanaians, our heritage, our history, where we've come from and where we aspire to be in the nearest future.
You welcome back. This is our very coverage of the 2024 budget, which is to be presented by the Finance Minister on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Of course, Parliament, we were in Parliament a while ago. They took a break, and now we understand the session of Parliament, the sitting of today, the day that we'll hear what the budget is for 2024, the very details about this country's finances, right from the statement and economic policy of the state through to the budgetary allocations for the new year, the sectoral allocations, and the performance of the previous year. We'll all be told all these details by the Finance Minister. We understand Ken Ofori-Atta is live and present, is in your shots there, sitting by the majority leader of Seche Mensah Bonsu, and is ever ready to present this budget. Let's not forget that in the last couple of years, the MPP has presented budgets from the Asempa through to the budgets of Hope and all of the other things. Jumapa budgets, I mean, with very inspirational taglines. We are not sure what this year's own is going to be like, mindful of the year that we had in 2012 and 2013, and even since 2020. He's been acknowledged in the Parliament as the Finance Minister, and the Speaker is speaking in the House. So, briefly, we'll be going to the House to get to know what's happening. But before we do that transition, I understand we still have Professor William Pepper with us on Zoom. I'll be taking final sets of expectations, specifically about the issues that we've been talking about. What do you expect the Finance Minister to wrap up with Wednesday first?
Well, I mean, at this point in time, I think it's obvious that we may see a few taxes. That's not what I expect. I think that, yes.
We have agreed on that.
Well, it's becoming obvious that that's what's going to happen. But that's not what I would want. I'd want a situation where we would see some cushioning, even for the citizenry. I don't expect road tolls to be back. I don't expect them to be back. Because if they come back, they're going to come back and they're going to cost more.
Well, we're not told that. That's why we introduced
e-levy. And so if we're still paying e-levy, I don't see the business in paying road tolls. And so I don't expect to see road tolls back. But what I want to see is a lot of policies and programs towards compliance with the payment of taxes.
Certainly, Professor Pepera, very briefly before we go into Parliament, as we understand that Finance Minister has now been invited to come in and deliver the Budget 2024. Well, I guess we may have to hold on to the very thoughts of Professor Pepera, as you have in your shots on our TV, clad in white as usual, is the Finance Minister of the Republic of Ghana, Kenneth Nanaya Kuntun Kunuku Ofori-Atta.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, on the authority of His Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and pursuant to Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Section 21(3) of the PFM Act 2016 of Act 921, I respectfully, Mr. Speaker, present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this august House approves the financial policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2024. Respectively, I also submit to this Honorable House the following statutory reports: the 2023 annual report on the petroleum funds in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815 as amended, and the 2023 report on the utilization of the African Union levies pursuant to Section 7 of the African Union Import Levies Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, this budget is an abridged version of the 2024 budget statement and economic policy of government. We have also developed a more detailed update on sectorial performance in a Volume 2 document. I request the Hansard Department to kindly capture this document as the budget statement and economic policy of government for the financial year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to present the 2024 budget, which seeks to advance us on the path towards fiscal consolidation, macro stability, and growth that began a year ago. Mr. Speaker, I first want to take the opportunity to express immense appreciation to His Excellency the President for the privilege to present the national budget on his behalf over the past 7 years. More importantly, I want to express my profound gratitude to God for the grace, mercy, and favor toward our nation. Together with the psalmist, let us say, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless His holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all His benefits." Psalm 103, 1-2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to express my deep appreciation to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorable members for their support over the years. We have not only agreed, but we also eventually find common ground in the interest of the Republic, and as we share in this collaboration, which will continue. Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago on Thursday, 24th November 2022, I presented the 2023 budget and, as always, gave an honest and forthright update on the economy, highlighting the extent of the challenges facing our country. Indeed, a month before, His Excellency the President also pointed out that never have so many malevolent forces come together in a perfect storm to impact our lives so dramatically. Key macro indicators then were uninspiring. Against that backdrop, I then presented government's plan of recovery, focusing on restoring macroeconomic stability, coordinating an equitable debt operation program, ensuring that the vulnerable are well protected, negotiating a strong IMF program, a strong private sector growth agenda, and attracting significant green investments to promote growth. Mr. Speaker, in 2 out of the last 7 years, 2020 to 2022, the Ghanaian economy has faced challenges. The economy growing at an average of 7% with a single-digit inflation, declining interest rates, and a stabilizing currency suffered unforeseen shocks like many other economies. GDP growth slumped from 6.5% in 2019 to 0.5% in 2020 as the lockdown and closure of businesses and the ports had a devastating effect on the economy, triggering cost of living crisis that has made lives difficult for the Ghanaian people. Though battered and bruised, we are not broken, and our resilience is manifesting. Mr. Speaker, we also saw the damaging effect that the economic downturn had on Ghana's already stretched revenues. This was even made worse by the additional expenditures that were required during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that life and livelihoods were protected. Mr. Speaker, 2020 was also in an election year, the first ever election in the Fourth Republic with zero donor funding. However, government sensitivity to our people was remarkable. No layoffs in the public service, salaries were dutifully paid over the year, and free water and electricity for the entire population was provided, especially the lifeline consumers. Indeed, entrepreneurship was not ignored as this House passed the 600 million CD cap bus program for GEA, which was effectively deployed. Mr. Speaker, permit me to clarify that the disruption to our macroeconomic path over the last few years was not peculiar to Ghana. The global disruption to supply chains, adjustments to new forms of work, and shifts in demand pursued some of the most cataclysmic effects on inflation and growth worldwide. This set off the worst form of global cost of living crisis since World War II. We turned the corner when in record time we completed the IMF first review of 6 performance criteria, 3 indicative targets, and 3 structural benchmarks. Our task now and in the medium term is twofold: to maintain stability and to keep on growing. We are determined to remain on the course of increased growth, currency stability, and disinflation over the medium term. Our future growth prospects are certainly brighter, and I'm confident that this budget, this victory budget, this Inkunim budget, would ensure that we boldly walk on a sustainable path towards creating decent jobs and wealth for our people. For with national dedication, the Lord will continue to give us treasures from dark places and hidden riches in secret places. Mr. Speaker, our promise to all stakeholders, in particular to the people of Ghana, is that the Akufo-Addo government is determined to maintain the discipline, compassion, and creativity required to keep the economy stable and maintain the robust growth. Mr. Speaker, today I accordingly present the 2024 budget to set out the broad medium-term policy framework underpinning our approach towards recovery and stability with growth. Among other things, it provides a pathway towards fiscal consolidation and macro stability. It sets out the new debt sustainability path after the excruciating domestic debt operation with aftershocks on the financial sector. It outlines the policy priorities underpinning the 5-year growth strategy with focus on selected initiatives over the next 14 months. It comes just after the successful first review of the 3-year $3 billion IMF ECA program, where we reached a staff-level agreement on Ghana's performance in meeting the 6 QPCs, 3 indicative targets, and 3 structural benchmarks. In the US, Mr. Speaker, inflation surged from a low of 1.8% in 2019 to 6.5% by 2022, and is currently at 3.7%. We have seen this reflect in interest rate decisions by the US Federal Reserve and also in benchmark yields. The yield on the 10-year US Treasury instrument is currently at 4.6% compared to 1.4% 2 years ago. This is an economy whose currency is a global reserve currency. We see similar trends in the Eurozone and also in the UK. Inflation in the UK, Mr. Speaker, was 1.7% in 2019 and recorded at 11.1% in October 2022, a 41-year high. Mr. Speaker, in the media review, I informed the House that we had started turning the corner. Today, it is evident that we turned the corner when inflation started declining from 54.1% in December 2022 to 35.2% in October 2023. We turned the corner, Mr. Speaker. Despite a 1% projected growth, the economy galloped at a remarkable pace and clocked an average of 3.2% growth in the first 2 quarters of this year. We turned the corner when the currency had been under severe pressure over the past 2 years, depreciated by a modest 6.4% in the past 9 months, compared to 53.9% a period in 2022. The performance of the city is also a reflection of the fact that confidence is back, revenues have improved, and that the recovery is indeed real and is here to stay. We turned the corner when companies started going back to the job markets to hire workers. We turned the corner when international credit rating agencies, which have not been favorable to Ghana in recent years, started being positive about the economy. And we turned the corner when the banking industry started to record and report a profit after tax growth of 43.8% of 6.2 billion this half year. All of this, Mr. Speaker, deepens our democratic development by prioritizing resources for institutions to support the conduct of the 2024 general elections. It commits us to funding existing projects in roads, rural electrification, rural telephony, IPEP, and our areas. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 budget is even more significant because we cross, Mr. Speaker, the 1 trillion gross domestic product mark for the first time in our economic history. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy under President Akufo-Addo in 2024, final year in office, is projected to be valued over 1 trillion Ghana cedis in 2024 from the 219.5 billion we inherited in 2016. Mr. Speaker, 2024, 1 trillion gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, this is a government that is self-aware, reflective, and has been open throughout the process to incorporating citizens' feedback in preparing this budget. And as in previous years, we have prioritized stakeholder consultations. Consequently, we engage with and obtain valuable inputs from key stakeholders, including investors, traders, academia, organized labor, civil society organizations, bankers, development partners, faith-based organizations, a cross-section of the leadership and other honorable members of Parliament. We also launched, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue on 2nd November 2024, a new and innovative platform, 23, to deepen our collaboration and partnership with the private sector. The platform aims to enhance the long-term competitiveness of Ghana and increase our attractiveness as a hub for businesses on the continent. This will have a standing committee co-chaired by the Minister of Trade and Industry, Minister of Finance, and the private sector. I want to assure our stakeholders that we have, as much as possible, reflected the proposals and recommendations from these engagements in the budget that is to be done with the shared ideas, and the mutual prosperity dialogues will be a robust and dynamic platform to inform future policy changes. Mr. Speaker, the Akosombo Dam spillage. Mr. Speaker, in the last few months, we have been witnesses to the devastating impact of the Akosombo Dam spillage. This follows excessive rainfall recorded in several parts of the country. To preserve the structural integrity of the dam, the Volta River Authority commenced controlled spilling on 15 September 2023. This led to the flooding of downstream communities in parts of Volta, Eastern and Greater Accra regions. The heavy rainfall also caused flooding upstream of the Akosombo Dam and impacted communities in the Savannah, Oti, and Bono East regions. Government, through VRA and NADMO and various agencies under the 13-member high-level interministerial committee headed by the Chief of Staff, comprising of the Ministries of Energy, Finance, Local Government, Environment, Interior, Health, Sanitation, and Water Resources, Defense, Roads and Highways, Education, Information, Health, and Gender, have subsequently, Mr. Speaker, provided various forms of support to the impacted communities. The support included food and related items, drinks, mattresses, mosquito nets, coils, clothes, baby food and diapers, sanitary pads, treated water services and storage tanks, solar lamps, sanitation services, of utility services, and some social infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the visit of the officials of the Ministry of Finance and myself with VRA to the victims of the Akosombo Dam spillage in Mepe in the Volta region was truly revealing and sobering. Indeed, we empathize with the families that have been affected and displaced by the spillage. We met victims, townsfolk, children, and the chiefs, and of course, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Okujeto, during the visit. Mr. Speaker, government has budgeted an amount of $220 million to support the relief phase for the communities affected by the Akosombo spillage, as well as floods upstream in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is for your eyes only. Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
please, it is not for your mouth, it's for your eyes. So let's go on. Let's go on.
Mr. Speaker, we couldn't help but to show a shot of the Honorable Member of Parliament, Okujeto, in this picture. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the Ministry of Finance, after the visit, was quickened to respond. We have requested funding from the World Bank under the IDA Crisis Response Window to support the resettlement of the victims, restoration of livelihoods, compensation, and reconstruction of infrastructure in the affected communities. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the place of climate policy and financing to help address the long-term effects of climate change on victims of drought, flooding, and other adverse weather events. Accordingly, the Ministry has applied to the Global Shield Against Climate Risk Fund, an initiative launched by President Nana Akufo-Addo and Chancellor Scholz during the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, to assess additional financial resources to support communities upstream and downstream of the Akosombo Dam. I convey the sincere appreciations of His Excellency the President and the entire government to all groups and individuals who have empathized with and supported the affected families. It is in this same spirit that we must continue to be grateful to God that no lives have been lost due to the devastating spillage from the Akosombo Dam and the support that we have all given. Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard and invested significant resources, and being sure of this knowledge, I can confidently assert that over the past 7 years, every sector has been positively impacted. Every household has been positively impacted by our social intervention programs. And every region has been positively impacted. Indeed, President Akufo-Addo has deepened decentralization development by investing $442 million to create and resource 6 new administrative regions, the most in our history since independence. Consistent with our policy on what we call preferential options for the poor, i.e. leaving no one behind, we have been historic in enhancing social mobility and protected the vulnerable in our society. In this regard, we have since 2017 improved access to quality senior high school education for about 5.7 million Ghanaians by investing 8 billion cedis in the future of our next generation. We have increased enrollment and learning outcomes of 3.8 million pupils by investing over 3.6 billion in the school feeding program. We have reformed the NHIS to improve and expand health service delivery to 16 million Ghanaians out of the targeted 20 million Ghanaians. We have supported foundational education of over 6 million pupils by investing 248.5 million as capitation grants. Mr. Speaker, we also have more women in schools than men. We have improved the quality of life of about 350,000 Ghanaian households under the LEAP program by investing 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it has been 7 years of grace and positive impact. We are determined to do more to boost the capacity of the private sector, to expand productivity and create jobs. In the past 7 years, Mr. Speaker, we've invested over 32.7 billion to keep the lights on and support the growth of businesses. We have invested 25 billion to facilitate the repositioning of the financial sector and enhance its ability to assist business operations. To date, the Development Bank Ghana has facilitated 1 billion cedis in competitive financing for the private sector, and GESL continues to mitigate risk in the agriculture sector. Supporting 100,000 young graduates to secure workplace experience and employment by investing 2.4 billion in NATCO, invested 7 billion to build road and transport infrastructure and improve connectivity and productivity, invested 541 million in 169 IDF, 1D, 1F enterprises to scale up value addition and provided 140,000 additional jobs. And we have created, Mr. Speaker, over 2.3 million jobs in the private sector and public sector, approximately 900,000 in the private sector and 1.4 million in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, capital spending is equally important to the future of our country. Consequently, we mobilized and deployed resources, expanded the railway network, including connecting Tema to Mpakadan to promote trade on the Eastern Corridor, construction of 12 fish landing sites and 2 fishing harbors, at the cost of $19.5 billion to promote the fishery-based livelihood of our coastal folks, improved community infrastructure by investing $2.2 billion into over 2,000 projects under the IPEP initiative, promoting inner city development by spending $190 million under the Zongo Development Fund, expanded and improved the road network by investing about $16 billion, Mr. Speaker, recording the most kilometers of roads and interchanges done in the nation's history. Mr. Speaker, we also invested $1.7 billion in the National Identification Scheme to ensure that 17.5 million eligible Ghanaians acquire security-sensitive ID cards. This has laid the foundation for a prosperous future where digitalization provides more convenience, introduces an added layer of efficiency in delivery of public services, and enhances our ability to safeguard our national interests. Mr. Speaker, I want to stress at this juncture that Ghana has paid its dues, Ghana has turned the corner, and we are getting back on track. Despite these successes, we have to do more to reinforce our stability and guarantee decent jobs with good pay for the young people of our country. As such, through the 2024 budget, we'll deliver even more investment across the rail sector to place our economy on a firm growth trajectory that will create more jobs, safeguard our climate prospects, and deeply entrench Ghana as the seed country of Africa's development renaissance. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to invest in ongoing projects, and on the external front, we'll conclude negotiations with the Official Creditor Committee to ensure that the work on eligible externally funded projects resume. We will, through the Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue, be intentional about collaboration with the private sector and our development partners to support local businesses, attract FDI, and enhance the economic prospects of our people. Indeed, given the potential to upscale and the multiplier effects that our small and medium-sized businesses possess, government intends to scale up support to young entrepreneurs and fledgling businesses with a singular aim to create sustainable jobs across all communities. In this view, the ministry has teamed up with MEDA and is committing $1 billion Ghana cedis to ensure that our enclave projects developing our productive capacity for exports. Mr. Speaker, we are also positioning a generation of Ghanaians to secure our leadership in the global arena. Today, our country hosts a privileged position Mr. Speaker, we are also positioning our generation to secure our leadership in the global arena. Today, our country hosts the headquarters of the AFCFTA. We also have a privileged position in leading the climate change charge. As the agreed host of the Climate Vulnerable Forum Secretariat, we are galvanizing a coalition of 68 nations and 1.7 billion people to shape the climate discourse and secure resources for a just energy transition. Mr. Speaker, that is the promise of this budget, and we'll keep our eyes firmly fixed on the future and build lasting prosperity for this and the next generation. Mr. Speaker, as members recall, we came into government in 2017 in a period of grave despondency, meager resources of 2 fish and 5 loaves. Today, we can only marvel at how the Lord has multiplied these resources. I'll now proceed, Mr. Speaker, to update the House on the macro-fiscal performance of the economy. Mr. Speaker, global economic recovery remains sluggish, primarily due to a confluence of setbacks, including the lingering effects of supply chain disruptions and geopolitical events, and the increasing cost of living across many economic blocs. the disruptions in energy and food prices, and efforts to combat record high inflation through tightening global monetary policies have considerably slowed down economic activity globally. According to the IMF's October 2023 World Economic Outlook, global economic growth is anticipated to decelerate from 3.5% in 2022 to 3% in 2023, and at best 2.9% in 2024. These projections are noticeably lower than the pre-pandemic historical average of 3.8% from 2000 to 2019. Projections of 3.1% global growth over the medium term are lowest in decades, and the prospects for countries to achieve higher living standards are also therefore bleak. Global inflation is expected to gradually decline because of monetary tightening and declining international commodity prices. Global inflation is expected to fall from its peak of 8.7% in 2022 to 6.9% in 2023 and further 5.8% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic imbalances are also improving, evidenced by falling inflation in most parts of the region. However, a slowdown in reform efforts, a rise in political insecurity within the region, and external downside risks, including China slowing down, could undermine growth. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to present the macro performance of the first 3 quarters of 2023 within the context of the targets that were set in the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Policy Review. Before I proceed, it's important that I restate the targets we set in the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Review. These include overall GDP growth of 1.5%, non-oil real GDP rate of 1.5%, end period inflation of 31.3%, overall balance commitment of overall primary balance commitment of minus 5.7% of GDP, primary balance commitment basis of minus 5% of GDP, and gross international reserves, excluding oil funds, encumbered assets, and pledged assets, sufficient to cover at least 0.8 months of imports of goods and services by end 2023. Mr. Speaker, provisional macroeconomic data on the performance of the economy for the periods Q1 to Q3 2023 demonstrated government's relentless commitment to keep us on the high road to recovery. The IMF rightly described Ghana's recent macroeconomic performance in the first review as compelling performance, and I quote, "Honorable members, may we wish to refer to the IMF's press release numbers PR23/339 and dated 6 October 2023 for this update. As I indicated during the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Policy Review, the prompt deployment of strong fiscal and monetary policy measures largely accounts for the continued macroeconomic stability and economic recovery. Growth in 2023 has been more resilient than earlier expected. Inflation has been on the decline faster than expected. The fiscal and external balances have improved, and the exchange rate has broadly stabilized. Mr. Speaker, government introduced the Gold for Oil policy in 2022. The policy, which leverages the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, was intended to provide foreign exchange financing for the importation of petroleum products and help reduce demand for US dollars from the bulk import distribution and export companies who would have otherwise gone to the market to source forex for the importation of petroleum products. Since then, Mr. Speaker, under the Gold for Reserves program, the Bank of Ghana has purchased a total of 17.89 tons, $1.14 billion US dollars of gold to boost its gold reserves. In addition, under the G40 program, Gold for Oil program, 23 cargoes, circa 800,000 metric tons of gasoline and gas oil equivalent to 30% of national consumption have so far been imported. G40 program has significantly contributed to the stabilization of the cedi-dollar exchange rate, 17 cedis to the dollar in November 2022 to 12 cedis to the dollar in November 2023, leading to a reduction in the export price of diesel from 23 cedis per litre, Mr. Speaker, to 12 cedis per litre today. Mr. Speaker, I'll now update the House on the performance of our macroeconomic indicators. Real GDP growth averaged 3.2% in the first half of 2023, compared to 2.9% in the same period in 2022, signaling a strong rebound. Robust growth in services averaged 6.3%, and agriculture also averaged 6.2%. Sectors were the key drivers. It is instructive to note average growth of 3.2% for the first 2 quarters of 2023 is higher than 2023 revised growth target of 1.5%. Price developments indicate that inflation is on a declining path in response to ongoing fiscal consolidation, appropriate tightening of monetary policy, and relative stability in the exchange rate. Headline inflation declined by over 16 percentage points from 34.1% in December 2022 to 38.1% in September 2023 and 35.2% as of October 2023. The cedi has stabilized against the US dollar since early 2023. With a year-to-date, Mr. Speaker, a year-to-date cumulative depreciation of 25% compared to 54% in 2022. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the cedi has only depreciated by 6.4% on cumulative basis since February 2023, compared to, Mr. Speaker, 53.9% over the same period in 2022. The stability of the cedi largely reflects the positive impact from the restoration of economic activity, including robust economic growth, improvement in the current account position, improvement in forex liquidity following the IMF ECF inflows, Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, reduced speculative forex demand as market confidence rebounds. Gross international reserves as of September 2023 stood at 5 billion, 2.3 months import cover, compared to 6.3 billion, 2.7 months import cover at the end of 2022, but expecting only a 0.8 months at mid-year when we stood here to pronounce where we were heading to. We are yet, Mr. Speaker, to reflect IMF, World Bank, and Cocoa Bank indications of approximately $2 billion by year-end. The current account turned positive at 1.1% of GDP at end June 2023, a monumental turnaround from the deficit of 2.1% of GDP at end December 2022. Likewise, the trade balance improved to a surplus of 2.6% of GDP as of end August 2023, from 0.7% of GDP surplus at end December 2022. Though interest rates moderated from December 2022 to the first quarter 2023, they picked up again as T-bills remain the key debt instrument in the debt market after the DDEP. For instance, the 91-day Treasury declined from 35.5% in December 2022 to 18.5% in March 2023, but increased to 29.8% as of Monday, 13th November 2023. The overall budget deficit on commitment basis as of end August 2023 was a deficit of 3.0% of GDP, outperforming the targeted deficit of 4.6% of GDP. The outturn largely reflects improvements in revenue mobilization and slower execution of expenditure. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, also outperforming the target surplus of 0.9% of GDP. Public debt accumulation has slowed down significantly as government continued to consolidate its public finances and also reflects the impact of the domestic debt exchange program and the ongoing external debt restructuring. Total public debt has declined from 73.1% of GDP at the end of 2022, Mr. Speaker, to 66.4% of GDP as at September 2023. The completion of external debt restructuring is expected to further improve Ghana's debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 fiscal framework was revised during the 2023 mid-year fiscal policy review to reflect updated macro-fiscal developments and align with the fiscal adjustment path under the IMF-supported PC-PEG path. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance for the first 8 months of the year using provisional data shows significant progress towards a stronger fiscal consolidation. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants was 9.1 billion, 9.3% of GDP, 2.8% lower than the program target of 82.2 billion, 9.6% of GDP. Total expenditure commitment was 104.6 billion, 12.2% of GDP, 14.1% lower than the target of 121.8 billion, 14.2% of GDP. Primary expenditure commitment was 84.7 billion, 9.9% of GDP, 6.0% lower than the target of 90.1 billion, 10.5% of GDP. Primary balance commitment was a deficit of 5.5 billion, or 0.7% of GDP, compared to the target deficit of 7.9 billion, 0.9% of GDP. Overall fiscal balance commitment was a deficit of 25.4 billion, 3% of GDP, compared to target deficit of 39.6 billion, or 4.6% of GDP. And overall fiscal balance cash was a deficit of 26.1 billion, 3% of GDP, compared to the target deficit of 44.6 billion, 5.2% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, we are doing much better than predicted. Mr. Speaker, based on the overall macroeconomic objectives and the medium-term targets, the following macroeconomic targets are set for the 2024 fiscal year. Overall real GDP growth of at least 2.8%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 2.1%, end period inflation rate of 5.0%, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 0.5% of GDP, and gross international reserve to cover not less than 3 months of imports. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 and medium-term fiscal framework has been prepared in line with the objectives and policy priorities of a 3-year IMF-supported PC-PEG program. The primary balance on commitment basis is the fiscal anchor we are using to assess our fiscal effort. Over the medium term, we plan to improve the primary balance commitment from a deficit of 4.3% of GDP in 2022 to deficit of 0.5% of GDP in 2023, a huge 3.9% adjustment. The primary balance is expected to improve further to a surplus at 0.5% of GDP in 2024 and 1.5% of GDP from 2025 onwards. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants is projected at 176.4 billion Ghana cedis, 16.8% of GDP as we move towards our 18% target. And this is underpinned by permanent revenue measures, largely tax revenue measures amounting to 0.9% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, Total expenditure is projected at 226.7 billion, 21.6% of GDP. This projection reflects a reduction of 6.1 percentage points of GDP in total expenditure commitment basis compared to the outturn in 2022. This large decrease comes from the combination of fiscal consolidation efforts of 4.9 percentage points of GDP, reflecting an adjustment in revenue by 1.1 percentage point and primary expenditure by 3.9 percentage points of GDP. The potential interest rate savings from the ongoing external debt operation will further bolster public finance sustainability. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates for total revenue and grants and total expenditure, including arrears clearance, the overall budget balance to be financed in a fiscal deficit of 61.9 billion, equivalent to 5.9% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance is a deficit of 5.9 billion, equivalent to 0.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, acting through the Ghana Revenue Authority, as per Section 4 of the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009, introduced the Property Rate Reform Project. The objective was to develop a unified common platform capable of billing, collecting, and reporting property rates nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the initiative has encountered some challenges that's making it difficult for the relevant bodies, including the Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assemblies, to have access to their share of the property rate collection on time. Mr. Speaker, to address these challenges, government is reviewing the overall structures and processes to determine the optimal way forward. In the interim, districts will resume collection as these challenges are resolved. Mr. Speaker, tax reliefs. Our approach to tax policy since 2017 was to give significant relief to the private sector until expenditure pressures from 2020 required a more aggressive approach. It is important to note that in the short term, fiscal sustainability requires that we improve our tax ratios significantly, otherwise our long-term competitiveness will be eroded. As we all know, our country's 13% tax to GDP ratio is far below our peers. Our target is 18 to 20%, and we are on course for 16%, hoping to be achieved this year. In that regard, it is difficult to implement all the structural reforms and tax reliefs needed to immediately lower and or eliminate certain tax handles. However, I assure this august House that we have heard, we believe in lower taxes as a government for industry, and we are working at this aggressively with the GRA and to be cemented with the Standing Committee of the Mutual Prosperity Dialogue. Mr. Speaker, further to the above, the following reliefs have been prioritized for implementation. To extend, Mr. Speaker, the zero rate of VAT on locally manufactured African prints for 2 more years. Mr. Speaker, to waive import duties on import of electric vehicles for public transportation for a period of 8 years. Mr. Speaker, to waive import duties on semi-knocked down and completely knocked down electric vehicles imported by registered EV assembly companies in Ghana for a period of 8 years. Mr. Speaker, to extend zero rate of VAT on locally assembled vehicles for 2 more years. Mr. Speaker, to zero rate VAT on locally produced sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, to grant import duty waivers for raw materials for the local manufacture of sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, to grant exemptions on the importation of agricultural machinery equipment and inputs and medical consumables, raw materials for the pharmaceutical industry. Mr. Speaker, a VAT flat rate of 5% to replace the 15% standard VAT rate on all commercial properties will be introduced to simplify administration. To address the negative externalities of plastic waste and pollution, government will review and expand the environmental excise duty to cover plastic packaging and industrial and vehicle emissions. Mr. Speaker, the Stamp Duty Act 2005, Act 689, has not been reviewed since an enactment in 2005. To realign the rate with current economic realities, government in 2024 will review the rates and fees for stamp duties. The bands subject to ad valorem taxes will be expanded, while the specific rates will be reviewed. Mr. Speaker, a simplified tax return will be introduced as a means of promoting voluntary compliance as part of the modified taxation scheme for individuals in the informal sector. This approach will make it easier for taxpayers to fulfill their tax obligations to the state. Mr. Speaker, the Tripartite Committee has concluded negotiations on the national daily minimum wage. The tax-free portion of the individual income tax rate will accordingly be adjusted to take care of the change. Government recognizes the constraints our medical personnel face in providing health care for our citizens. With the passage of the Exemptions Act, government will engage the Ghana Medical Association on waivers for importation of vehicles to ease the transportation burden on our doctors. The policy will enable them to deliver quality and timely health care. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always been committed to protecting the quality of life of our people. Total wages and salaries for workers has increased from 14.7 billion in 2016 to 37.5 billion. All workers were paid full wages and salary on time, even when revenues plummeted during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the difficult economic challenges, we paid 15% cost of living allowance for 6 months in 2022 to cushion the 949,000 workers, some 50% more than we had in 2016. Mr. Speaker, as reported in the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Policy Review of the 2023 Budget Statement Economic Policy of Government, a spending arrears clearance and prevention strategy was developed and approved by Cabinet for implementation. This is part of the measures to achieve the objective of bringing public finances back on a sustainable path through improved efficiency in public spending. To clear the system's stock of arrears, the Ghana Audit Service has begun the verification and validation of the arrears identified as at end December 2022 before payments are made. Mr. Speaker, to prevent the accumulation of new arrears, government has put in place the following measures to enhance commitment controls and prevent the accumulation of arrears. Alignment of the quarterly budget allotment of cash flows forecast and tighten the use of allotments as a control on the gift miss rather than a budget starting with the 2024 budget. Standardized contracts for public works to ensure flexibility in budget execution. Review standard tender documents to include clauses that make the award of the contract null and void if not supported by gift miss generated purchase order. All MDAs will be required to use GANEPs for all procurements to enhance transparency and efficiency in the procurement of good works consultancy, non-consultancy, and asset disposal. Improve budget execution practices by undertaking the following. Approval of MDA's commencement requires to be done within the first quarter of any fiscal year to allow MDA sufficient time to complete procurement and payment processes before end of year. Enforcement of the use of gift miss for all transactions to prevent unbudgeted expenditure. Internal audit agency to ensure that public officers within covered entities adhere to the legal and regulatory principles governing public financial management in the discharge of their duties. All public officers, particularly principal spending officers of covered entities, will be held to the strict application of the specified sections as specified in Section 96 to 98 of the PFM Act. Mr. Speaker, The Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921 was passed to regulate the financial management of the public sector within a macroeconomic and fiscal framework. This law sets out stringent accounting, audit, and reporting requirements for public funds. As the first finance minister to oversee the implementation of this critical law, I am confident that this government has been the most transparent and accountable in our history. Over the past 7 years, I have laid before this House 55 statutory reports to fulfill the provision of this law. These include the annual report on petroleum funds, report on the utilization of the African levies as examples. We have also learned key lessons from the helpful feedback from our stakeholders. Most of these formed the core of the macro-critical reforms being implemented under the IMF-backed PCPEC program. Mr. Speaker, as the government's PCPEC program enters the second year, we plan to assess progress and deepen our collaborations for reforms at the PFM Summit to be organized by April 2024. We encourage our development partners to join us on this journey. Mr. Speaker, in the real sector, we expect overall real GDP growth to increase from an expected 2.3% in 2023 to 2.8% and reach 5% in 2027. This yields an average growth rate of 4.3% over the 2024-2027 period. Non-oil real GDP is projected to slow down from an estimated 2.8% in 2023 to 2.1% in 2024 and pick up to 5% by 2027, giving an average growth rate of 4.1% over the 2024-2027 period. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana has maintained the tight monetary policy stand to firm up the disinflation process. Among other measures, the bank has further raised the monetary policy rate by a cumulative 300 basis points in the year to September 2023 to 30%. In the outlook, monetary policy in 2024 and the medium term will aim to regain price stability. Inflation is expected to remain within the IMF's program's monetary policy consultation clause of 29.4%, with a symmetric band of 4% at the end of 2023, an end-year target of 15% in 2024, and trend further down to the medium-term target band of 8 plus or minus 2% by end December 2025. A tight monetary policy stance, favorable base drifts, relative stability on the foreign exchange market, and a favorable food harvest are expected to outweigh inflationary pressures over the near term. In the outlook, the external sector's performance will largely depend on the conclusion of negotiations with the country's external creditors. Also, the Bank of Ghana's policy thrust will remain focused on increasing external buffers through sustainable means. The exchange rate is expected to remain stable, supported by continued progress with the implementation of the IMF-supported program. Expected inflows from the cocoa syndication loan, the second tranche of the IMF loan, mining inflows, and the BOG's continuation of the Gold for Oil program. The main risks to the external outlook include increasing uncertainty about geopolitical tensions and volatility in commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, the IMF Executive Board approved Ghana's 3-year, $3 billion IMF-supported post-COVID-19 for economic growth on the 17th of May 2023, after the government of Ghana secured a staff-level agreement on the program in December 2022. The program, as you know, aims to restore macro stability and debt sustainability, build resilience through the implementation of wide-ranging and strong structural reforms in key sectors of the economy, and lay the foundations for stronger and more inclusive and private sector-led growth while protecting the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the IMF-supported PCPEC is assessed semi-annually by the IMF through an IMF staff review mission, followed by final approval by the IMF Executive Board. Disbursements under the program are tied to successful completion of each review. The reviews assess our progress towards meeting the quantitative performance criteria, indicative targets, and structural benchmarks. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to inform this august House that based on the IMF's own assessment at the staff level, after the first review, Ghana met all the 6 quantitative performance criteria. The 2 out of the 3 indicative targets, the 2 met a floor on social spending, a floor on non-oil public revenue. The indicative target of 0 net accumulation of payables was extended largely to the ongoing negotiations with energy sector IPP on legacy debt. And 6 of the 7 structural benchmarks due end 2023 were also met, and subsequently the 7th has been met. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal incentives and reliefs I announced previously are in line with government's 5-year growth strategy, which was approved by Cabinet in August 2023. This is to stimulate and sustain economic growth, even as we restore macroeconomic stability under the IMF-backed program. The first phase, which is a 14-month program, essentially focuses on scaling up prioritized existing programs and attracting private sector investments to deliver rapid results without significant demands on budgetary resources. Mr. Speaker, the growth strategy prioritizes key sectors of the economy, including agriculture, agribusiness, and aquaculture, trade, industry, and export promotion, tourism, as well as digitization and technology. The recently launched Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue will support this path of growth. A permanent steering and technical committee, co-led by the Ministries of Finance, as well as Ministry of Trade and Industry and the private sector, and supported by development partners, is being set up to drive this collaboration for growth. Mr. Speaker, last year I discussed the enormous impact of the food import bill on exchange rate volatility and inflation. I made clear how unsustainable the imports are and the need to change course. The growth strategy therefore supports the implementation of interventions that increases our capacity to produce, deepen value chains, facilitate and modernize storage facilities, and increase the shelf line of products. These improvements are expected to help support exports, build forests, exchange buffers, and reduce inflation of earmarked funds. Mr. Speaker, we would also like to appreciate on this level the contributions of key stakeholders, including the Managing Director, the management and staff of the IMF, the World Bank, the AFDP, and development partners who play diverse roles in this journey. Mr. Speaker, we are equally grateful to the Council of State, CSOs, labor unions, Employers Association, AGI, FBOs, think tanks and research institutions, and all other stakeholders who played various roles in the process. Let me note, Mr. Speaker, Labour's remarkable composure and historic agreement yesterday to ensure that our discussions with the fund was not derailed. We thank Labour for this. Mr. Speaker, Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, just a minute. Honourable members, in line with Order 42 of the standing orders of our House, I hereby direct that sitting be held outside the normal sitting hours. Honourable Minister, you may now continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, In seeking to change the course of the agriculture sector, the President in August 2023, with the new Minister of Agriculture, launched the Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0. By design, PFJ 2.0 places greater emphasis on value chain approaches and focuses on strengthening linkages between actors along eligible agricultural commodity value chains, broadly categorized into grains, roots, and tuber vegetables and poultry. The PFJ has a special focus on poultry to address the heavy reliance on imports. Accordingly, 15 anchor farmers and 500 outgrowers in 5 regions, Ashanti, Greater Accra, Bono, East, and Eastern regions, will be selected to produce 65,000 metric tons of broilers in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the significant shortfall between demand and domestic production of vegetables requires urgent action, especially considering the impact of the recent supply disruptions from the Sahelian region. The engagement of onion producers and importers prior to this 2024 budget revealed the importance of developing an onion index to track the production. The engagement of onion producers and importers prior to this 2024 budget revealed the importance of developing an onion index to track the production, distribution, and consumption of the commodity. It emerged during these engagements that in 2022, demand for onions was 314,000 metric tons, while the local production was 179,000 metric tons. In addition, the national demand for tomatoes in 2022 was estimated at 1.3 million metric tons, while local production stood at 468,000 metric tons. These are 2 prominent vegetables in the Ghanaian households. Mr. Speaker, PFJ2 therefore seeks to improve the supply and utilization of high-quality inputs, facilitate credit guarantees for aggregators to procure improved seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, and supply them on zero-interest credit terms to vegetable farmers in the immediate and short-term future. Furthermore, the condition and capacity of existing warehouses will be improved to enhance the condition and capacity in storing bumper harvests and maintaining price stability. Mr. Speaker, the growth strategy also aims to boost fish production, mostly through increased focus on oceanic and inland earthen ponds. The goal is to support fishermen, fish farmers, and fish processors in our coastal regions. The interventions planned in this subsector include direct support for production, distribution, and storage of fish, as well as producing and supplying over 110 million liters of premise fuel using gasoline and condensate. Mr. Speaker, part of PFJ2's program strategy is to support the private commercial agriculture under the Economic Enclaves project. Towards this, priority has been given to securing and developing lands to offer security of tenure for large-scale agriculture investments. The focus on large-scale commercial agriculture is to harness the benefits of scale and scope of economics, promote the adoption of technology for efficiency and standardization, as well as support price stabilization efforts. As of December 2022, 3 enclaves in Kasonya, Greater Accra, Kumewu, Ashanti, and Banda Oti region were operational. 5 out of 5 other enclaves are planned in 2024 to promote value addition, integration, and deepening aggregation and value chain systems to serve as economic growth goals. The 3 operational EEPs will lead to production of 160,000 metric tons of rice by end of 2024, over 110,000 acres of land in cultivation for the key staples, private sector actors investing on EEP will provide employment for the youth with a target of at least 5,000 jobs. Already, Mr. Speaker, 10 private sector actors have responded to the expression of interest to predominantly act as anchor farmers on the developed lands. Government will also pursue the interest expressed by other international private sector operators to unlock investments and technology for the economic enclave projects. We are also using the EEP to leverage catalytic financing from key partners, including MasterCard Foundation and the African Development Bank. To implement the economic enclave at scale and speed, as I mentioned, Ghana Cedi's 1 billion has been allocated to Millennium Development Authority to complement PFJ 2.0. This funding will be dedicated to providing critical infrastructure, including irrigation canals, as well as cleaning and developing land for private sector actors in the EEP. Other key interventions under the Ghana Cares program, such as the completion of a foundry, will benefit from this funding. MEDA has a remarkable record from the implementation of 2 compacts under the Millennium Challenge Corporation, one of which was agriculture and agribusiness. They continue to demonstrate experience and ingenuity that will accelerate the delivery of the growth goals to transform agriculture in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Digital Youth Village, as a key initiative under Ghana Cares, involves collaboration between the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, Ministry of Finance, and University of Ghana to support tech entrepreneurs and create vibrant tech hubs. To date, the DYV project has completed the design, land location, site clearance, as well as securing an architect and contractor initiating the construction phase. Phase 1 of DYV project is expected to be completed before end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, in the area of trade, industry, and export, the key operations under 1D1F free zones, export promotion, strategic and core industries, and business regulatory reforms have been prioritized under the growth strategy. Altogether, earnings from non-traditional export are expected to increase to 4 billion and 4.8 billion in 2024 from 3.51 billion in 2022. 271 licensed free zone companies are expected to increase earnings to 2.19 billion in 2024 compared to earnings of 1.8 billion from 207 licensed free zone companies in 2022. Mr. Speaker, Ghana remains the preferred tourist destination in the sub-region. A steady stream of domestic and international tourists also requires dedicated spaces in cities to drive a night economy and tourism. As we promote December in Ghana initiatives, we'll also work towards enhancing security and the lightening infrastructure. A task force comprising public regulators and private sector actors has already been established to drive the night economy initiative and the public-private partnership arrangements. Mr. Speaker, on 14th November 2022, almost exactly a year ago, government launched the Youth Start initiative as a direct response to the employment challenge facing our country. Through this initiative, government sought to create an entrepreneurial nation by providing training, competitive funding, access to markets and technology to our youth. This is to cause a cultural shift and guide our teeming youth into entrepreneurship by assisting them to start, build, and grow their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, a year on, the preparatory works have been completed. The 3 components of the initiative, Youth Start District, Entrepreneurship Program, Commercial Program, and the Youth Start Grace Program, have also been developed and piloted successfully. On 20th September 2022, government signed an MOU with 11 banks and the Ghana Association of Bankers to support entrepreneurs gain access to capital to enhance their business. The Ghana Association of Banks have worked with us to train the participating financial institutions on the program and have completed the design of a technology platform to receive applications. The National Banking College has also been engaged under the program to train beneficiaries on behalf of the participating banks. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Enterprises Agency and the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program has been brought together as a cohesive unit to co-lead the district entrepreneurship component of the YouStart program. Mr. Speaker, all is set to accelerate the implementation of YouStart. We are working with our partners, the World Bank, to secure additional financing, Mr. Speaker, of $150 million US. On our own, we are committing 200 million Ghana cedis to ensure that more young persons are supported into entrepreneurship. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, through their strategic partners, has completed the Mineral Resource Estimate Report that has been prepared in line with Joint Ore Reserves Committee standards. The results of the report indicate significant bauxite quantities, making the project a commercially viable one. Mr. Speaker, the master plan has been reviewed and given a seal of approval by KPMG. To ensure, Mr. Speaker, the various mineral discoveries are informed deposits of iron ore are commercially viable, a high-level mineral resource study has been commissioned by GSDEC, working with the private partners. A capital incentive activity has been uploaded to Ghanaian private partners to produce a standard bankable report at no cost to the government of Ghana. This is to ensure that the integrated iron and steel industry is not faced with a continuous decline of domestic production and processing of metallic minerals and associated dependence on foreign supplies for our needs. Mr. Speaker, key interventions to improve the business environment include enhancing the business regulatory reform, crowding in private sector financing of 20 billion through foreign direct investments, and amendments to the GIPC Act has been completed and submitted to Parliament. The Speaker, the group strategy sets ambitious targets for easing access of the domestic private sector, including medium and long-term finance at competitive rates. Government will leverage the plans of the Development Bank of Ghana, GESL, Venture Capital Trust Fund, and the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund to provide loans, partial guarantees, and venture capital to private entities with transformational and strategic projects in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, channels would include the Development Bank of Ghana to increase the lending volume of the Development Bank of Ghana to 2 billion cedis for 2024. For GESL to provide 350 million partial risk guarantees to leverage private sector participation in the agricultural sector. Government will also support DBG for fundraising of an additional $1 billion in 2024 to support their work. Mr. Speaker, the IFC, working with government, will pursue the 500 million commitment of financing from the World Bank's IFC as a partner in Ghana's Mutual Prosperity Dialogue. The recapitalization of banks. Mr. Speaker, government and the World Bank will recapitalize the banks through the Ghana Financial Stability Fund and the Financial Sector Program, with over 10 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker, to enable aggressive financing of private sector businesses. Mr. Speaker, the banks will be recapitalized in the coming week. Furthermore, venture capital trusts will be given additional funds to ensure that the private sector has access to that. Mr. Speaker, the stock of global debt as a share of global GDP was 258% last year. Moreover, as of 2022, the stock of public debt was 238%, 9 percentage points higher than in 2019. To return Ghana to a path of debt sustainability from a debt to GDP ratio of 89%, Mr. Speaker, we aim to be at 66% this year. The goal is to achieve a 55% debt to GDP ratio and 18% revenue to GDP ratio over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, Ghana completed the first phase of the DDEP in February 2023, where 82 billion cedis of old domestic debts were exchanged for new bonds. In this process, Mr. Speaker, the average coupon of 9.1% were achieved with a participation rate of 84%. Mr. Speaker, we have come to the end of the domestic debt exchange program and need to focus on the external debt restructuring to further improve the debt trajectory. Even today, even more to enable us reach the target landing zone of 55%. Mr. Speaker, discussions with the Eurobond investors are continuing. We have given a broad outline of 20 to 40% haircut under 20 years and interest rates of less than 5%. Ghana bilateral creditors, Mr. Speaker, are also working with us, and we expect the OCC, Mr. Speaker, to come up with a memorandum of understanding which would ensure that this body co-chaired by France and China will deliver the appropriate MOU to the IMF for their board meeting next week. Mr. Speaker, we envision that in the coming week, also extensive discussions with our IPPs should lead to some resolutions on our payments of energy systems. And Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that this will successfully be done in the coming few days or weeks. The fund, Mr. Speaker, is also offering $250 million from the World Bank, supported by sub-fund targeted at qualifying banks and SDIs, and a CD equivalent of $500 million of GOG-funded sub-fund that will help, as I mentioned, to recapitalize a state-owned financial institution, as well as potentially supporting other indigenously controlled financial institutions. In addition, a provision of $4 billion has been made in the 2024 budget to address NIB, distressed SDIs, and other outstanding legacy policies in the financial sector. Notwithstanding the ongoing litigation commenced by shareholders of Black Shield Capital Management Limited, formerly Gold Shield Securities, the SEC will continue to engage the official liquidator and clients of the defined Black Shield to reach a consensus on a framework for a bailout, intervention, and an amicable resolution to the impact. Mr. Speaker, in the 2024 budget, government will build on the significant investment that have been made to date and promote its key interventions covering social spending, infrastructure governance, security, and climate change. Mr. Speaker, on social spending, the government's flagship free senior high school and TVET programs continues to create and expand access to secondary school education in the country. In a generation's time when we have a more educated population which sustains social mobility and cohesion, we appreciate the significance of these decisions. In the year under review, we continue to support, Mr. Speaker, far from this, in the year under review, we continue to support a total of 448,000 first-year senior high school students, bringing the total beneficiaries for 2023 academic year to 1.3 million students. In 2024, the implementation of this transformative initiative will continue. Mr. Speaker, we continue feed-in grants for over 7,500 students in special schools and capitation grants to all public basic schools across the country. Additionally, registration fees of over 471,000 prospective candidates from public junior high school for the BCE were paid to guarantee that all candidates will sit for the examination. Mr. Speaker, support for beneficiaries of the LEAP program was sustained in 2023. Government invested some $298 million to support 350,000 families. In 2024, the program will improve financing by 50% more and continue to provide meals to more schools to enhance basic school enrollment. The National Health Insurance Scheme, Mr. Speaker, is now active with coverage of 60 million people, representing 80% of the targeted group. Efforts to integrate the Ghana card into the enrollment system are progressing steadily. Mr. Speaker, over 740 million has been invested to feed over 3.8 million pupils, one hot meal a day in 10,000 of our public basic schools. In 2024, the program will continue to provide meals to enhance basic school enrollment. Mr. Speaker, we continue to improve on our road networks, and Mr. Speaker, once the official creditor committee has made its announcement, we will continue with all extended funded projects that will be resumed. However, the overflowing projects are ongoing and at various stages of completion. Kumasi Lake Road and Drainage Extension Project is completed. Reconstruction of Bichem Techimanchia Akumadin Road is 71% complete. Construction of flyover on the Accra-Tema motorway from Flower Port Runabout is 60% complete. Phase 2 of the Tema motorway runabout, including construction of the third tier of the interchange, is 56% complete. Construction of 4 major bypasses at Osino, Enyinem, Inyirisi, and Konongo along the Accra-Kumasi Highway commenced in 2023 and at various stages of completion. Reconstruction of Agona and Kwantatoka Road is 44% complete. Dualization of whole main roads and traffic management works 100% complete. Selected roads in 2nd D and Takoradi Phase 1 is 28% complete. Dualization of Nsawam of Fanko Road, including the widening of the road to 10 lanes over 6-lane expressway and 4-lane service road interchanges at Amasaman, Kobiman, Midyear, and Nsawam project is 30% complete. Of 4-tier interchange at Swame in the Ashanti region has commenced. Mr. Speaker, the following projects under the Master Project Agreement with Sino Hydro Corporation has been completed: Tamale Interchange, Western Region and Cape Coast Inner City Roads, construction of Hohoi, Jasikan, Dodi, Pepesi, 64.4 kilometers, upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western Region. However, the following are at various stages of completion: Sunyani Inner City Roads, construction of Sunyani and Brekum Inner City Roads, PTC Runabout Interchange, Takoradi, 80%. Mr. Speaker, government is in the preparation for the reconstruction of the Accra-Tema motorway under the road sector's public-private partnership with GIF its own course. The concession agreement and draft engineering, procurement and construction EPC agreement have been approved by Cabinet and will be submitted to Parliament for approval shortly. Mr. Speaker, government infrastructure program will also be anchored on a strong private sector collaboration. To this end, government will continue to pursue the mining sector roads rehabilitation projects to improve the road network in mining communities. Government will begin the formalization of agreements with the mining companies and mining-related industries to fund and commence the rehabilitation of roads in the mining enclaves in 2024. Selected communities include Takoradi, Agona, and Kwanta, Takoradi Dualization and Township, Presia, Bogoso Township, Dunkwa, Obuasi Township, Afia, and Kwanta, Manso, and Konongo. Mr. Speaker, to promote trade and transit from the Tema port, the capacity of Tema Hospital Road will be improved under PPP arrangements. Accordingly, government has developed a deed of transfer to be executed. Mr. Speaker, government has renegotiated the contract terms of the large general hospital project and will now be funded through the national budget. The contractor is expected, Mr. Speaker, to be back on site next week to complete a significant amount of work by 2024. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with government's strong commitment to industrialization, a total of 169 One District, One Factory projects are currently operational, leading to a total employment of 169,000. An additional 152 factories are currently under construction and expected to be fully operational in 2024. These industries are expected to increase value addition and support our efforts to reset the economy. Mr. Speaker, to improve connectivity within the sub-region and facilitate tourism, the upgrading of the Tamale Airport has been completed. To complement this effort and facilitate trade through Ghana's transit corridor, the construction of the Buankra Integrated Logistical Terminal is being executed and is about 54% complete. Following the approval of Ghana's Energy Transition Investment Plan, government has commenced the development of a national electric vehicle policy as part of efforts to create an enabling environment for the uptake of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, government has rolled out the National Rental Assistance Scheme in February 2023 to ease the burden of huge rent advance payments by prospective tenants. Mr. Speaker, government continued works on phase 3 of the Security Services Housing Program, involving the construction of 320 units for the Ghana Police Service at the Ghana National Police Training School, Tesano. In addition, work commenced on the first phase of the revised National Affordable Housing Program at Pokwase that was launched by His Excellency the President and the Minister of Works and Housing. Government will commence work on the National Affordable Housing Project at the Dieso in the Ashanti region to complement the Pokwase project. Mr. Speaker, under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, government continues to embark on strategic investments across our communities nationwide in line with the Fiscal Consolidation Plan. Through the development authorities, over 340 projects were completed in 2023 and accordingly handed over to the beneficiary communities. Rural telephony. Mr. Speaker, government constructed a total of 1,010 rural telephony sites under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project to provide voice signals in underserved and unserved communities. In 2024, the remaining 1,006 sites will be built and integrated and financed for voice and data services to ensure reliable, affordable, and secured broadband infrastructure under the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, with regards to rural electrification, in line with government to achieve universal access to electricity by 2024, a total of 189 communities have been connected to the national grid with 211 communities at various stages of completion. The national electricity access is estimated to have reached 88.85% as of the third quarter of 2023. Our goal, of course, is to exceed 90% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, under the Girls in ICT initiative, 2,000 girls and 200 ICT teachers in the Savannah and Northern regions were trained. Additionally, a total of 287 laptops were presented to the best performing students and teachers in both the Savannah and Northern regions. In 2024, 3,000 girls and 300 ICT teachers will be trained in Ashanti, Greater Accra and Volta regions. Government, Mr. Speaker, seeks to continue to find a program to resource a one laptop per child program so that the population will become tech savvy. Mr. Speaker, we will look to raise appropriate financing for this. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana.gov platform deployed in 2020 has onboarded 1541 MDAs, MMDAs, and state-owned enterprises, with 130 of these entities actively utilizing the platform for various functions, including processing payments. This has yielded a total of 164 billion since its inception. In 2024, NITA will enroll government agencies responsible for revenue collection onto the platform. In addition, a citizens app will be integrated into the platform to enrich citizens to government engagement and allow persons with disability to address the platform to foster inclusiveness. Mr. Speaker, the new Conduct of Public Officers Act seeks to address current weakness in asset declaration system. The new act will introduce provisions that ensure public officers submit their declaration in time and that an effective verification system is in place. The draft bill is under consideration by Cabinet and will be submitted to Parliament subsequently. Government will also committed to ensuring the implementation of the second phase of the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan to foster public accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to resource the Ghana Armed Forces to collaborate with other security services in the operations such as Cowleg, Calm Life, Halt, Gong, Conquered Fit, etc. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of 15 forward operating bases along the northern border of the country to also prevent cross-border crimes and terrorist infiltration are also progressing steadily. In addition, the FOB at its level in the Western region is 55% complete. Mr. Speaker, internal security by the Ghana Police Force continues to be sustained, and Mr. Speaker, the police service improved community watch program for professional motorbike riders has elevated the sense of security in the country. The service received 100 Toyota Hilux pickups, 6 armored personnel carriers, and 600 motorbikes to augment the fleet of the formed police visibility and motorbike patrol units to enhance their work. Mr. Speaker, immigration service is also being improved. The service also conducted 5,900 inspections at various locations and bringing much security to the country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of independent power producers, government has continued to engage key operational independent power producers in positive and constructive bilateral negotiations. Engagements have centered on the sustainability of Ghana's energy sector, as well as the restructuring of legacy IPPs and power purchase agreements, future-proofing timely payment to IPPs going forward, and the implementation of critically needed energy sector reforms. Government aims, Mr. Speaker, to finalize commercial agreements with key IPPs in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, government remains mindful and appreciative of the continuing commitment on the part of IPPs, not only to support Ghana's power sector, but to collaborate with government and the ECG to achieve sustainable future for the sector, while shoring up Ghana's reputation as a compelling investment climate. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been at the forefront for advocacy for a fit-for-climate global financial architecture while expanding its engagement to mobilize climate finance. At the 2023 IMF World Bank Group annual meetings, Ghana secured critical financing to support climate adaptation and mitigation measures. These include $54 million to establish a Ghana Share Landscape Emission Reduction Project, $4.8 million successfully earned by reducing nearly 1 million tons of carbon emissions through forestry conservation. We expect to earn over $45 million in 2024. Additionally, government has signed 6 MOUs with Switzerland, Singapore, Sweden, South Korea, as well as some public and private entities in line of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Mr. Speaker, our leadership as chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum and the Vulnerable 20 Group is a prime example directed by our Ministries of Finance, Environment, Science and Technology, and Innovation, and Foreign Affairs. Under Ghana's tenure, we've not only raised our global standing in climate discussions, but also championed the interests of climate vulnerable nations. Our President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo chairs the CVF. Since 2021, under the direction of Ghana's direction, the CVF and V20 have driven a forward-thinking agenda to counter climate change threats. Crucially, Ghana has been instrumental in pushing for reforms in the global financial system to make a more conducive environment for resilient growth and sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, advocating for reform the global financial system underscores our commitment to focus on a future where climate resilient growth and sustainable development are at the forefront. By championing this, Ghana will lead with a vision for climate resilience in a more environmentally imperative way. It is a pathway to enduring prosperity and stability for developing countries globally, ensuring that we are equipped to face climate challenges while progressing towards a sustainable and prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, today I have highlighted our collective achievements as a nation to this august House. I've also demonstrated how our investment over the last 7 years have positively impacted individuals, households, businesses, and communities. We have, Mr. Speaker, a safer country. We have a more physically and digitally connected society. We have a more educated and skilled population. Through our policy approach, the foundation for a country has been laid where ingenuity being encouraged, innovation is supported, public service is valued, responsibility is shared, prosperity is shared, and accountability for the custodianship of public resources is prioritized. Mr. Speaker, this is marked change from when I first stood before this House on 2nd March 2017. At that time, Mr. Speaker, doomsday had decimated the incomes of businesses and households. The financial sector was weak and near collapse. Trained nurses had stayed home for years without employment. NHIS was in arrears for over a year. A sizable number of Ghanaians were unable to access senior high school education. Above all, our economic prospects had dimmed considerably. I refer then to the biblical story of 5 loaves and 2 fishes to illustrate the approach in turning the economy around. Mr. Speaker, I stood here in March 27 and asked that the country's poultry, 2 fishes and 5 loaves be multiplied. Indeed, as a young boy gave all he had to the multitudes, so have we. and the Lord, in response, has blessed our nation, and this we should not forget. From a nominal GDP, Mr. Speaker, of 262 billion in 2017 to 1 trillion in 2014. Invested in the future of our children under the free SHS program, with 1.2 million students having access to free secondary school education. We supported the poor and vulnerable through an enhanced LEAP program by increasing the number of beneficiary households from 212,000 in 2017 to 350,000 in 2023, with an aim of 450,000 in the medium term. We invested in provisioning 1 hot nutrition meal per day to 3.2 million pupils in our basic schools and provided steady income stream for 32,496 caterers. We invested the most in the construction, rehabilitation, and upgrading of major roads network across the country. We supported small businesses with 750 million during the COVID-19 pandemic through the CAPBAS program and other interventions. We invested, Mr. Speaker, in making sure that all public workers were paid every month during the COVID-19 pandemic, including the teachers who were paid for all the 9 months when the academic calendar was disrupted. We invested to strategically establish 160 factories across the districts under 1D1F, investing in the expansion of health infrastructure in every district under the Agenda 111 initiative, the greatest healthcare push in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me make this opportunity to recognize the strong partnership that has coexisted between the government and organized labor over this period. I also want to use the occasion to thank the leadership of organized labor for their positive cooperation since 2017. Yesterday, as I mentioned, 14th November 2023, we successfully concluded negotiations for the 2024 single spine salary structure, the base pay, which culminated in a 23% increase in the base pay of the single spine salary structure across board from January to June 2024, and a readjustment of an additional 2% to 25% from July 2024 to December 2024. This wouldn't have been possible without the cooperation and strong leadership of labor unions. We thank you. Since then, we have stayed focused on our plans. However, it is not smooth sailing. There have been ebbs and flows. We have faced severe headwinds since March 2022 as an economy. The economy has faced multiple shocks. We have not created enough jobs and food inflation remains high, creating hardships, and we are committed to tackling this. However, we are re-anchoring our path using the PCPEG as our compass, our true north. Mr. Speaker, backed by the PCPEG, the 2023 budget seeks to restore and sustain macroeconomic stability. With hard work and the grace of God, we are on the path of stability and growth. Thankfully, a sense of a new beginning has taken hold. Despite our remarkable progress in the last 10 months, risks still abound. In October 2023, the IMF reported that global recovery remains low with little margin for error. The Kenyan finance minister also noted in September 2023, and I quote, "All low and middle income countries are walking a tightrope given the current economic constraints globally." Mr. Speaker, we are aware of these pressures and risks. So far, the implementation of government PCPEC, which addresses these pressures, is delivering the immediate intended results. We have successfully concluded the domestic debt operations and are making steady progress on external debt restructuring. We are implementing the new growth strategy, which prioritizes the completion of key transformative interventions to improve the quality of life and welfare of our people. Mr. Speaker, for our future, large public spending and deficits cannot remain embedded in our public policy program. So after achieving macroeconomic stability, the gains will be anchored on enhanced fiscal responsibility rules. The IMF is already working with us to strengthen these rules in order to maintain macroeconomic stability and implement structural reforms needed to sustain the country on a strong path of economic growth and transformation. Mr. Speaker, to achieve the 2024 budget has been developed to ensure the accelerated implementation of the PCPEC program, to expand investment in the rail sector, to implement the new growth strategy, to consolidate and complete the ongoing infrastructural work, and to mobilize climate finance to enable us to build resilience. The policy outlines in this budget will also ensure that Ghana remains attractive for domestic and foreign investment. The feedback from extensive engagement with key stakeholders have also been included in our policy choices. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the various components of the government-owned financial ecosystem, such as Development Bank of Ghana, GCB, CBG, GESTL, Ghana Commodity Exchange, GIF, Venture Capital, Trust Fund, GEA, will all be strengthened to enable us to address the concerns of the private sector in respect of access to credit, access to skills, labor, and raw materials. Mr. Speaker, we do this knowing that the key to our prosperity is not handing out free goods and services to our underprivileged folks, rather it is by providing skills and financing to enable people to generate income and jobs. Mr. Speaker, we continue to optimize our tourism infrastructure. The improvement in key tourist sites have been complemented by aggressive marketing to reposition Ghana. Next month, as in recent years, our country will expect an increase in tourists seeking to patronize the December in Ghana event. Our investment in CCTVs and our roads and provisions of increased logistics for the security services will continue to support these events and make them memorable. These investments would also facilitate the hosting of the 13th All-Africa Games in Accra from 8th to 23rd March 2024. This will put Ghana in the spotlight. In addition, Ghana has strategically positioned itself to mobilize climate financing and champion a fit-for-climate global architecture. Mr. Speaker, we also are creating a new financing division at the ministry to ensure that we stay ahead of the game. Mr. Speaker, a new and exciting opportunity is Ghana's newfound wealth in lithium and graphite, which will be extracted in line with the green minerals policy to support our energy transition. Mr. Speaker, the Minerals Income Investment Fund has acquired a 6% contributing interest in Atlantic Lithium's Ghana portfolio. This will lead us to a new negotiating posture for all future extractive industry investments. Mr. Speaker, in line with Ghana's localization policy, Atlantic Lithium will list on the Ghana Stock Exchange to further enhance and deepen local participation. Mr. Speaker, we are in a better place than we were before. The nation has been positively impacted and positioned to harness its prospects. We must move forward courageously, for as 2 Timothy 1 says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but, Mr. Speaker, a spirit of courage and of love and of a sound mind, and we must press on. It is in this same vein, Mr. Speaker, of courage and power that we have forged a resilience since 2017. It's important to recall that despite, Mr. Speaker, the poly-crisis of 2019, the poly-crisis in 2020, we have together taken, Mr. Speaker, all of us, a GDP of 219 billion to 1 trillion GDP this year. A key lesson from this leap since 2017 is for us, Mr. Speaker, to eschew unfounded pessimism and nihilism. We have shown, Mr. Speaker, that it is possible. It is possible to triple, to quadruple our GDP. It is possible to create a technologically savvy environment, it is possible to be the investment hub of the region. We should therefore, Mr. Speaker, be collectively proud of ourselves and the can-do spirit of our people. We have proven that a lot more is possible if we stay the course and believe in a future of immense possibilities. To realize our common aspiration, Mr. Speaker, we must continue to speak one language. This is Ghana, a nation united in diversity, a resilient nation on the path to manifest destiny. Every opportunity to safeguard our progress must be protected by adherence to exhortations of Genesis 11:6, that if we speak one language, we can do the impossible. Mr. Speaker, we therefore present to you the Nkunim Victory Budget, a people with a manifest destiny for greatness. We are resilient and we shall prevail because, Mr. Speaker, as we have always said, the battle is indeed the Lord's. God bless our homeland Ghana and make us steadfast to build together a nation that is great and strong in unity. Mr. Speaker, so I move.
Finance Minister Kenneth Nanayao Kuntunkununku Ofori-Atta has just presented the very last budget of the Akufo-Addo government. In the last 7 years, we've had him present all the budgets and perhaps give us indications. But this is Nkunim budget. Victory, right?
Yes,
is Nkunim.
Victory, yeah.
Brilliant. And I'm still here with Winston. We'll be wrapping up this conversation. Of course, Parliament, we have our representatives there doing a very wonderful engagement with the MPs for first-hand reaction. We're also bringing a lot more reaction in the course of the day. And of course, Winston shall be here for our front at 6 p.m. Now, it's interesting, right? Maybe I did not hear properly the things that many people were expected to say. But he did increase taxes. Did he introduce new ones? Did he do the very alarming things that many had suspected he was going to do?
Well, I think you can look at it in 2 or 3 ways, Raymond. The fact that, when it comes to the, he actually expanded the net for some of the taxes, to cover plastic, to cover plastics, to cover emissions and all of that. So that's, in that case, we actually talk about the fact that it wasn't covering these things, and so he decides to add them to it. We'll have a conversation about the impact later on. And you'll also realize that there are waivers on, sanitary parts, when it comes to VAT on sanitary parts that are locally produced. It talks about the electric vehicles bit is one that you probably would ask yourself the simple question. I mean, how many Ghanaians would use that?
I mean, it was interesting, right? I remember in the United Kingdom, they had a similar, what they call it, indication of having to do this transition by 2025. In fact, Central was actually asking people not to bring certain cars into the mainstream. It was postponed, I'm told, now to 2030. The interesting element is that, people were expecting massive tax cuts, which will then push, and one of them is what's on your TV, the zero rate for VAT on locally produced sanitary parts. So he didn't remove the, what they call it, tax on sanitary parts.
Yes.
He only said that if it's being locally produced, no VAT on it. And he also actually gave incentives for people to do local production, which sounded like a very interesting perspective on this one. So instead of saying, if you import it, it's free. No, I am going to ginger a certain local production of it by asking the people who are producing locally to rather get the incentive to produce more. Would that have immediate effect on what we are talking about? Because the concern has been, it was unconscionable to keep this product, regardless of the source of the product, being heavily taxed so that people are not getting the opportunity to use them.
Look, I mean, you ask yourself very simple questions. So, and we need to know the levels of local production. Can they meet the demands, for instance?
As is currently the case.
As is currently the case. And what assistance are they being given to meet the demands? I earlier made the point. So you look at the Ghana Statistical Service and the top 20 items by way of inflation, you have sanitary parts as part of it. So you ask yourself that simple question, are they imported? A lot of them are imported because the taxes are still on them. And that's actually leading to the increase because we know how our exchange rate, how our currency depreciation has been affecting it. So I would have preferred, for instance, scrapping of the import duties totally, and import VAT and everything, so that at least we can have a lot into the country. But then
they intend to consistently introduce local
production.
Yes.
Local production, yes.
Yeah.
So you
so that there's no vacuum.
There's no vacuum. You just don't, because yes. I mean, and so if you say, or maybe say, I want to reduce import duty, the duty, by say 80%. 80% reduction in the duty, okay? So that you would also be able to help while you still, push the local production up. But this current one, not the best for me, no.
So certainly we'll be getting a lot more reaction in the course of today and even tomorrow to this budget, whether it met the expectations of industry, whether it met the expectations of economists, and also even people who are just wanted a better lifestyle. Do we get the impression that prices will tailor down? There's a part, and I need to quote a bit of that, changing the narrative. He talked about the house has started things are turning around the corner. Said today it is evident that we turned the corner when inflation started declining from 54.1% in December 2022 to 35.2% in October 2023. He was able to use just yesterday's own.
Yes, but he finished the preparation this morning.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
Sometimes, I mean, for debt figures and others, you use very old ones. But
yes, well, I've always told you that statistics, it depends on what the story you want to tell.
Yeah, which one suits your story.
Yes, and that's what he's decided to do.
Now, it says, we turned the corner when, despite a 1.5% projected growth, the economy galloped at a remarkable pace and clocked 3.2% average in the first 2 quarters of the year. And he also mentioned the point that we turned the corner when the currency, which had undergone severe pressure over the past 2 years, depreciated by a modest 6.4% cumulative. And he chose dates from February to date, compared to 53% over the same period in 2022. The performance of the cedi is also a reflection of the fact that confidence is back, revenues have improved, and that the recovery is indeed a real one and is here to stay. In fact, he also spends time talking about companies that started going back to the job market to hire workers. I don't know where the evidence backs in them, because we have been speaking to companies, we have been speaking to the various unions, right from AGI through to the Guta groups, through to the other people in the groupings, the food and beverages, and they give a very different picture. Perhaps there is some wonderful government data that backs the companies going back to hire workers here.
Raymond, I know we'll go to Parliament shortly, but let me use something that Dr. Bawumia said in April 2022. He says, the state of the economy, the state of your economy, the reality is what you feel in your pocket. I'm sure Ghanaians can look at themselves, find out how they feel in their pockets, and that'll be the assessment of the Ghanaian economy.
There is the very last one that's become controversial. He said, we turned the corner when in record time we completed the first IMF staff review of 6 performance criteria, 3 indicative targets, and 3 structural benchmarks.
What's record time about you undergoing an IMF program? What is record time about you telling the whole world that without policy credibility, you cannot manage your economy?
That's true.
What's record time about that?
The interesting part is that we are not saying that we have completed the IMF program or we are out of it. We are saying we have completed a first review.
Yes, I mean, look, have you read the tale of...
We have met their indicative conditionalities for the very first round.
Have you read the tale of 3 countries, Ghana, Sri Lanka, and Zambia?
Yeah, a very damning verdict on the Ghanaian economic performance and our performance generally as a country.
This is not the best time to be a Ghanaian.
But we gloated. We are very excited to say that this is a sign of a turnaround.
I said this is not the best time to be a Ghanaian.
Well, that's an interesting perspective, but we sure should be going to Parliament if our colleagues standing by, George Afe and parliamentary correspondent Kwaku Asante, are ready to really bring us reactions from there. And as I've been telling you, from now till even tomorrow and beyond, till the debate starts on Monday, we shall be breaking down the various segments of the budget to your very appreciation and understanding. And so far here in the studio, we've been touching briefly on the indications on revenue management and the taxes that are likely to be managed whichever way we want it, and the other points about turnaround in the economy and the very indicators that have shown turnaround in this economy, which is basically what has been said. Pretty soon we shall be handing over to the very competent hands of Elton Brobe to actually take us through the very rest of probe, right?
Yes, the pulse.
The pulse, which will be coming up in a matter of seconds. MFR power is already in my head, so it's getting me to think we'll be having probe up next. But Weston, generally, did you hear the things you wanted to hear?
I'm not sure. I didn't.
Really?
I didn't.
No, because prior to this, you wanted a lot more assurance on a definite way into the future.
Yeah, so you get, I mean, at least now you know that, when it comes to the taxes, not much. You see a lot of reliefs that don't really get down to the Ghanaian. I mean, these reliefs are things that a lot of us don't engage in. At least there's certainty on the expenditure for this year, about 226 billion, with revenues and grant at 170 billion thereabout. At least you know. But the details will be in the appendix. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm looking for. So, I mean, this is just, the finance minister reading. This is a 49-page job, but the whole budget will be about 300 to 400 pages.
And there'll be sectorial breakdowns.
And that's what I want to see.
Get to know each of these. Even later on, they'll give us a plan, a program-based budget.
Yes.
Which will go into every sector and MDA's allocations. And so those are the things that determine the very specific programs that the various ministries will pursue. Predominantly our economic policy going into the future.
Exactly.
As to whether or not the figures support what we want to do, the very projects we want to undertake, whether or not we are going to stay within our means and be responsible in the election year coming, will all be things that we'll get to know when we get the broader, bigger budget that details everything. And that'll be interesting to analyze because I think we are all basically on the same rate now. Now, there's a question that somebody asked me when we went on the break. Is this an IMF-controlled, prepared, submitted, or influenced budget? Or it appears this is our very own home-inspired, our growth-oriented budget?
This is what it is not. It is not our own home-inspired, prepared budget. So if it is not, it is the others.
Winston Amma was with me. Earlier on, Sektepe was also with us. And many thanks to you, Jaulate from Deloitte, Ghana. Many thanks also to you, the very wonderful professor who joined us from Michigan in the USA. That is Professor William Pipra, who joined us. Many thanks to you also for watching our very coverage. It continues with Elton And the pause is coming up after this break.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana in 2016 pledged to ensure free senior high school education for every Ghanaian child. Under the leadership of the President and the Sector Minister, Honorable Dr. Yaw Osei-Eruchum, the first-year enrollment has risen from 308,000 in 2016 to over 500,000 students being enrolled each year under the policy, making over 1.6 million children enrolled under the policy as of 2022. The Transformation Agenda series on education exposes you to the varied and various achievements of government in the area of
The 2023 EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is more than an exhibition. It's the gateway to your dream home. Don't miss this chance to make informed decisions about every aspect of your living space. Join us at the Accra International Conference Center from Thursday, November 23rd to Sunday, November 26th, 2023. This year, we are diving into the theme of home ownership, exploring the nuances between affordability, comfort, and luxury. We are bringing everything housing under one roof, just for you. See you there. The EcoBank JoyNews Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Planned City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own. And sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Constructions Limited, where quality meets value. Global Lighting, your solution to quality lighting. Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough. Springfield Estates, where dreams are built. Virtual Security, complete security solution. DBS, your roof experts. Virtual InfoSec Africa, security solutions by design.
Alphabet City, the ABC of Home Sweet Home. Saint Gobain Weber, Gyproc, Proroc, Placo, Isover, making the world a better home.
Clifton Homes, beautiful homes, wise investments. The Kissington Heights, Airport City, Kumasi, by HDG Homes Limited.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana in 2016 pledged to ensure free senior high school education for every Ghanaian child. Under the leadership of the President and the Sector Minister, Honorable Dr. Yaw Osei-Eruchum, the first-year enrollment has risen from 308,000 in 2016 to over 500,000 students being enrolled each year under the policy, making over 1.6 million children enrolled under the policy as of 2022. The Transformation Agenda series on education exposes you to the varied and various achievements of government in the area of education, delving into the policies, interventions, and infrastructure development that has occurred under the leadership of the President. Be my guest this and every Tuesday as we bring you documentaries from across the 16 regions of Ghana on JoyNews between 6:30 p.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. Transformation Agenda series on education, reimagining education for national development.
Let's go, sir. Hello, with everybody for you.
Your favorite TV game show, Step Up, is back with another amazing season. This time, we are stepping up with Syntex Tank. Step Up with Syntex Tank will see contestants answer questions of their choice and win over 6,000 Ghana Cedis cash prize weekly and other products from our sponsors. This season, viewers at home should watch out for the Syntex Tank question of the week. Be the first to answer correctly via WhatsApp or send SMS to 050-833-8888 and win incredible prizes. The person who answers most of the weekly questions correctly and fastest gets a 65-inch Samsung TV at the end of the season. Step Up with Syntex Tank, showing on Joy Prime every Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Sponsored by Bell Eyes, MTN Momo, Angel Cola. Powered by Syntex Tank. Joy Prime, your ultimate experience.
Good afternoon, welcome to the pulse here on Joy News. You have been watching the presentation of the 2024 budget presented by the Finance Minister, Ofori-Atta. He has outlined some moves geared towards cushioning the citizenry in the 2024 budget statement reading. Key amongst them is the extension of zero-rate VAT on locally manufactured African prints for 2 years. There's now an import duty waiver on importation of electric vehicles for public transportation for a period of 8 years. Zero rate of VAT on locally assembled vehicles have also been extended for 2 more years. The government has also announced zero rate VAT on locally produced sanitary pads. There's also a grant exemption on the importation of agricultural machinery, equipment and inputs and medical consumables, raw materials for the pharmaceutical industry. Also a VAT flat rate of 5% to replace the 15% standard VAT rate on all commercial properties will also be introduced to simplify the tax administration. We have more for you. We will now cross over to Parliament because reaction has started from both sides of the House. And when we come back, we'll have an in-studio discussion on the 2024 budget. Let's go to Parliament now.
He so desired. But Mr. Speaker, this is the man, Dr. Ofori-Atta, who was a deputy. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Dr. Ofori-Atta, Deputy Majority Leader. It's just to, honorable members, please. The reference to this is a man. It's an honorable colleague. So please refer to him as that, not this is a man. Mr. Speaker, the honorable minority leader